My first dream in life wasn't to be a doctor or a cop. It was to be a pirate, a real one, with a ship, a crew, and the whole ocean as my map. To chase horizons and never look back. And I don't think I was the only one. In this series, we're boarding the ships that once ruled the Caribbean. We'll uncover how real pirates lived, how they sold their stolen goods, found fresh water in the middle of the ocean, and survived where no law existed. We'll meet Francis Drake, the Queen's pirate, Blackbeard, the terror of the Atlantic, Captain Kidd, the cursed privateer, and Henry Morgan, the man who turned piracy into empire, before meeting the one who finally ended them all. Watch closely, you won't be disappointed. How pirates sold their stolen goods. It's easy to picture pirates as men who boarded treasure ships, split the gold, and drank away the spoils. But that image is the myth, the Hollywood version. The truth was far more intricate. Capturing a merchant ship was only half the battle. The real challenge was turning theft into profit. And to do that, pirates became something most history books rarely admit: savvy businessmen. They didn't attack at random. Every decision, every target, was a calculation of risk versus reward. The Spanish treasure fleets were the ultimate jackpots. Floating vaults hauling gold and silver mined from the Americas back to Europe. Despite their staggering wealth, these ships were often lumbering giants, heavily loaded, slow, and poorly defended. To a pirate crew, spotting one on the horizon was like watching a bank vault drift by on the open sea. One lucky strike could fund an entire crew for months, even years. Some legendary hauls exceeded 40,000 gold ducats, enough to let every man aboard retire rich if he lived that long. But treasure ships were rare. So the real bread and butter of piracy came from humbler prey, the merchant vessels that carried everything else the world demanded. These ships hauled food, textiles, sugar, rum, and spices between colonies and Europe. They had small crews, few weapons, and captains who cared more about protecting cargo than dying for it. For pirates, attacking a merchant ship was like ordering the combo meal of crime: safe, filling, and often came with a bonus. Navigational charts, maps, or trade manifests worth more than gold. When pickings at sea ran thin, pirates brought their terror ashore. Coastal settlements along the Caribbean and American coasts were raided in lightning strikes, in and out before any militia could form a response. Whole towns were sacked so often that some residents eventually gave up and fled entirely. Their methods were not random chaos, but psychological warfare at sea. Surprise was everything. Many pirate ships approached under false flags: Spanish, French, British, pretending to be friendly until they were close enough to strike. Only at the last second would they raise the black flag. The Jolly Roger, the ultimate signal of fear. That single symbol, a skull grinning above crossed bones, often made ships surrender without a fight. If their target hesitated, pirates fired a warning shot across the bow, a universal message: surrender or sink. If that failed, they'd aim for the masts or rudder, disabling the ship while keeping its cargo intact. And it worked. Roughly 70% of merchant ships surrendered without a single shot exchanged. That statistic wasn't luck. It was brand management, centuries before the term existed. Pirates cultivated terror as a business tool. Word spread fast in the shipping lanes about what happened to those who resisted. Captains, paid meagerly by their employers, weren't eager to die defending someone else's merchandise. Some pirates even performed fear. They wove slow-burning fuses into their beards, setting them alight before battle so smoke wreathed their faces like demons from the deep. Others tortured one or two unlucky prisoners in full view, a gruesome message to ensure future crews would yield without resistance. It was the most terrifying marketing campaign in history. And it worked so well that many pirates didn't have to draw their swords for months. Yet not all crews resisted. In fact, many helped. Life aboard legitimate ships, naval or merchant, was brutal. Miserable food, endless labor, low pay, and beatings for the smallest mistakes. To many sailors, piracy looked less like damnation and more like liberation. Sometimes merchant crews mutinied during attacks, joining the pirates outright. Captured sailors were often invited aboard, not out of kindness, but recruitment strategy. More men meant more ships captured. It was, in a sense, the original pyramid scheme, except with cannons instead of sales quotas, and rum instead of motivational speeches. But not every pirate was an outlaw by definition. Some were legal pirates, the so-called privateers. During the endless wars of the 1600s and 1700s, governments issued letters of marque, licenses to attack enemy ships on behalf of the crown. These privateers did exactly what pirates did, only with royal permission. When peace returned, many simply kept going. Their licenses expired, but the profits were too good to give up. It was history's first case of forgetting to cancel your free trial. Only instead of a surprise charge, you got a surprise hanging. The real treasure, what pirates actually stole. We like to imagine pirate ships bursting with gold coins and jeweled crowns. But most pirates never saw a chest of gold in their lives. The average haul was far more practical, and often disappointingly ordinary. A barrel of flour was worth more to a hungry crew than a handful of rubies. Still, gold and silver remained the dream. Spanish galleons carrying New World medals to Europe represented the ultimate payday. Records from the late 1600s show that Spain shipped roughly 2 million pounds worth of precious metals each year, equivalent to about 500 million today. Capturing even one of those ships could make a pirate rich for life. But since they were so rare and heavily guarded, most pirates turned to everyday goods that were easier to seize and easier to sell. Spices were among the most valuable. A small sack of nutmeg, cloves, or cinnamon could be worth a fortune. During the height of the spice trade, nutmeg was literally worth more than gold by weight. A single Dutch East India ship carrying spices could keep a pirate fleet funded for months. Sugar was another prize. Caribbean plantations churned out mountains of it, and each merchant vessel might carry 50 tons, worth about 20,000 in the 1700s, or millions today. Sugar was easy to sell anywhere. Demand in Europe and the American colonies never waned. Where sugar went, rum followed. Distilled from molasses, it was both cargo and commodity. Pirates drank it, traded it, and occasionally drowned in it. Merchant ships often carried hundreds of barrels, each worth months of a sailor's wages. Some pirate crews got so drunk after a raid they couldn't sail their own prize, accidentally burning hats or circling the ocean for days. Then came fabrics and clothing, silks from China, cotton from India, wool from England. Fine textiles were as good as currency. A single bolt of silk might fetch what equals $5,000 today. Pirates who captured such cargo didn't just get rich, they dressed the part, trading rags for finery that shocked anyone expecting ragged criminals. Tobacco was a steady moneymaker. As smoking spread through Europe, ships from the American colonies carried nearly 30 million pounds of tobacco annually, and much of it sailed through pirate waters. A well-timed capture could yield profits rivaling gold, with far less risk. Weapons, ammunition, and gunpowder were also hot commodities. A single bronze cannon might sell for the equivalent of $20,000 today. Capturing supply ships not only brought cash, but upgraded firepower for future raids. Even medical supplies were targets. quinine for malaria, surgical instruments, painkillers, all rare and valuable. Healthy crews meant longer careers and more stolen cargo. And sometimes, the greatest prize wasn't cargo at all. It was the ship itself. A fast, sturdy vessel could be converted for piracy or sold for enormous profit. When a pirate crew captured the merchant ship Wida in 1717, they kept it. It was faster than anything they had. Ironically, it later became one of the most famous shipwrecks in pirate history. There was, however, a darker side to this trade: slavery. Pirates frequently attacked ships in the transatlantic slave trade, not to liberate captives, but to sell them. Human lives became part of the profit cycle, an ugly truth often erased by romantic tales. And not every prize was glamorous. Historical records tell of pirates who accidentally seized ships carrying thousands of wigs, or cargo holds full of mathematical instruments and religious books. One captain reportedly declared his latest capture the worst prize ever taken upon the seas, after discovering the entire shipment was nothing but sermon texts. "We've been spiritually enriched," he said, "but financially ruined." The pirate marketplace. Once a ship was plundered, a new problem arose. Where could they sell all this stuff? No one in polite society accepted recently acquired under questionable circumstances as a valid invoice. The solution was an underground economy that spanned the Caribbean. Certain ports turned a blind eye, or both eyes, for a price. At the heart of it all was Nassau, in the Bahamas, the de facto capital of piracy in the early 1700s. More than 2,000 pirates operated from its harbor at the peak, forming a self-governing republic where stolen goods changed hands openly. Nassau's shallow waters protected pirate ships from naval warships, and its taverns overflowed with coin that smelled faintly of someone else's cargo. Another hub was Tortuga, off Haiti's coast. By 1660, French officials had stopped trying to control it altogether. The island evolved into a full-fledged black market, with warehouses for stolen goods, taverns, and brothels built directly into the trade system. Its economy ran almost entirely on piracy. Port Royal, Jamaica, was once called the wickedest city on earth, before an earthquake destroyed half of it in 1692. Merchants there bought stolen goods openly, then resold them through legitimate channels. Bribes to officials kept the wheels greased, and Spanish silver and Dutch fabrics gleamed in daylight markets where no one asked questions. Even in supposedly lawful ports, Boston, Charleston, Lisbon, secret buyers did business after dark. These men operated under the facade of respectability, shopkeepers with locked back rooms where pirates unloaded plunder for 20–30% of its value. It was a small price to pay for discretion. Corrupt officials were equally vital. Harbor masters, customs agents, even colonial governors accepted bribes to look the other way, or forged papers to make stolen cargo appear legitimate. One official in the 1720s reportedly earned 5 times his salary from pirate kickbacks. Smuggling networks spread inland. Goods passed through multiple hands, each transfer diluting the memory of their origin. A crate of cinnamon might trade owners 5 or 6 times before reaching a London spice shop, where no one remembered or cared that it began its journey aboard a pirate ship. Some pirates went a step further. After enough successful raids, they reinvented themselves entirely, adopting new names, settling in new colonies, and becoming respectable merchants. It wasn't uncommon for a feared pirate to retire as a gentleman trader, selling the same goods he once stole. In a sense, piracy was the quickest route to entrepreneurship in the 18th century. And sometimes, governments themselves became customers. During wartime blockades, even anti-pirate nations bought supplies from the very men they condemned. Colonial governors were known to sign death warrants for pirates while purchasing their stolen goods the same day. Of course, pirates also kept plenty for themselves: rum, clothes, weapons, even jewelry. Their flamboyant silk shirts and gold earrings were trophies, walking advertisements of their success. Dividing the spoils. Once the stolen goods were converted into cash, came the part every pirate lived for: the payout. Pirate compensation wasn't neat or predictable, no insurance, no retirement plans. But it was surprisingly democratic. Before each voyage, crews signed articles of agreement, a written contract, read aloud to all, defining exactly how loot would be split. Breaking it could mean flogging, reduced shares, or even being marooned on a deserted island with a bottle of rum for company. Gold and silver fetched full market value, easily melted down, impossible to trace. A single Spanish gold coin could pay an ordinary sailor's wages for 2 months. More common goods sold at steep discounts. Sugar and rum might fetch only 40–50% of market value, the price of laundering them through black market networks. Stolen ships, when sold, were the real jackpots, worth $2,000 or more, roughly 20 years of an average worker's income. But selling them was risky. Many crews kept the best ships and sold the cargo instead. When profits were tallied, the hierarchy looked like this: Captain, 5 to 6 shares, a modest gap compared to lawful navies. Quartermaster, 2 shares, representing the crew's voice and discipline. Specialists like carpenters, gunners, navigators, and surgeons, 1.52 shares. Ordinary crewmen, 1 share each. Even the youngest cabin boy earned half a share, far more than he'd make legally. And pirates even had injury compensation, one of history's first disability systems. Losing a right arm? Worth 600 pieces of 8, or 6 slaves by their grim metric. A left arm, 500. Eyes, legs, fingers, all priced according to practical value. Brutal, but revolutionary for its time. A lucky pirate could earn a lifetime of wages in one raid. In 1695, ordinary crewmen from a successful capture received about 94 pounds each, roughly 3 years' pay for a naval sailor. In 1720, one raid on an East India Company ship paid out 1,000 pounds per man, more than most people saw in a lifetime. But most voyages weren't so glamorous. Many crews spent months chasing empty horizons or lost everything to storms, rival pirates, or the Royal Navy. The pirate life swung between feast and famine, wild fortune followed by complete ruin. And when the gold came, it vanished fast. Pirates were notorious for burning through money as quickly as they stole it. In Port Royal, with its 70 taverns packed into 5 city blocks, every bar owner knew his customers by the smell of salt and gunpowder. Gambling devoured fortunes faster than cannon fire. Dice, cards, and drunken bets on who could drink the most rum left many pirates penniless again by dawn. Those who survived battles often lost everything to bad luck and worse math. Some splurged on silk clothes, fancy boots, or the company of women who, in turn, grew wealthy enough to own property, a rarity for women in the 1700s. A few rare pirates invested wisely, buying land, ships, or businesses, becoming the merchants they once robbed. But the legendary buried treasure? Almost entirely myth. Pirates didn't bury gold, they spent it. X marks the spot belonged to storybooks, not reality. Still, their reckless spending had an unintended legacy. Every coin they squandered, every stolen barrel resold, kept money flowing through the Atlantic economy. In their own chaotic way, pirates became an invisible engine of global trade, connecting merchants, smugglers, and governments in a web of greed and survival that spanned oceans. They may have lived by plunder, but they ran one of the most efficient underground markets the world has ever known. So they had solved one great problem: how to sell what they stole. But another challenge waited long before treasure ever changed hands, before pirates could steal, trade, or spend. They had to survive the sea itself. And out there, surrounded by endless salt and sun, a man without water had 3 days before the ocean claimed him. How pirates turned seawater into drinking water. The ocean could make you rich. It could also kill you. Most people imagine pirates dying in battle, cut down by cannon fire or sword fights over gold. But more often, their real killer was thirst. For all their greed and bravado, these men lived on floating wooden prisons surrounded by the one thing they couldn't touch: seawater. Here's the cruel paradox. When you're dying of thirst at sea, the ocean, endless, shimmering, mocking, is right there. But take even a few gulps, and you die faster. Seawater contains 3 times more salt than the human kidney can process. When you drink it, your body panics. It pulls fresh water from your organs and cells to dilute the salt, leaving you more dehydrated than before. It's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. Pirates learned that lesson the hard way. Their ships had limited storage, and fresh water took up precious space in massive oak barrels. Captains faced brutal choices: carry water or carry weapons, food, and trade goods. Most gambled on the latter. It was a fatal mistake. When the barrels ran low, desperation turned men into ghosts. Some would sneak sips of seawater at night, believing a few swallows couldn't hurt. Within hours, their stomachs cramped, their bodies convulsed, and hallucinations began. Phantom springs on the horizon, mirages of rivers that vanished when they rowed closer. Stories spread through every port. Ships found adrift, crews dead of thirst with oceans full of undrinkable water sloshing inches from their mouths. Among pirates, fresh water became treasure. They guarded barrels like gold. Mutinies didn't always start over stolen loot. Many began over stolen sips. Captain Blackbeard himself reportedly feared not the Royal Navy, but 2 weeks at sea with no drinkable water. The irony was perfect and brutal. These men crossed oceans for silver and spice, but the most precious substance aboard was colorless, tasteless, and invisible. Water meant survival, and survival meant everything else was possible. So pirates became something no one expected: engineers of necessity. The first solution was simple: look up. When the sky opened, pirates raced to catch every drop. Sails became funnels, stretched taut to channel rain into waiting barrels. The trick lay in the setup: too loose and water splashed away. Too dirty, and you got brine that tasted like old socks. Crews learned to scrub their sails clean before storms, using up precious fresh water just to ensure the next batch didn't taste like seawater mixed with mildew. Then came the gutters, rough channels carved from wood, rope, or bits of metal, guiding the flow towards storage casks. Skilled crews could collect dozens of gallons in a single storm. But storms didn't come on command. When rain failed, pirates turned to the quietest ally imaginable: dew. At night, they hung thick cloth or sheep hides in the humid air, soaking up condensation. By morning, they wrung them out for a few mouthfuls. A single hide might yield only a cup or two. But in the middle of the Caribbean, every drop was worth fighting for. To stretch their odds, captains combined systems: permanent rain traps with rotating dew collection shifts. On well-run ships, water collection became a military operation. Every man had a job, and slacking off could doom them all. Under the right conditions, pirates could stockpile enough water from a good storm to last weeks. But weather is no one's servant. When the skies stayed dry, ingenuity had to go deeper, right into the barrels themselves. Every ship carried massive oak containers called butts, 50-gallon giants sealed with pitch and tar. They looked solid, dependable, but after a few weeks at sea, they became nightmares. The wooden walls began to rot from the inside, turning clean water into slime that smelled like pond scum and death. Bacteria thrived in the damp darkness, while the old wood, often reused from beer or rum storage, flavored the water with whatever it had held before. One day, it tasted like stale ale. The next, rancid rum. In hot weather, it could go bad within days. Imagine dying of thirst while staring at barrels full of water you couldn't drink. That was the pirates' daily reality. So they experimented. Some added sand or cloth to the bottom of barrels, hoping to filter out the filth. Others rotated the water between casks, thinking motion might keep it fresh. But these were stopgaps, not solutions. Then someone, no one knows who, looked at the problem and thought, fire. Pirates began burning the inside of their barrels. It sounded insane, setting fire to the very containers that held their water. But it worked. They'd light small, controlled blazes inside empty casks until the interior wood blackened but didn't crack. The result? A thin layer of charred carbon coating the inner walls. That burnt surface did something remarkable. It acted as a primitive charcoal filter, absorbing impurities and slowing bacterial growth. Water stored in these blackened barrels stayed clean and drinkable for weeks instead of days. The trick spread across fleets like wildfire, the first real innovation in shipboard water storage. Ironically, that same method survives today in whiskey and bourbon making. Distillers char their barrels to filter and flavor their spirits. Pirates weren't aiming for smooth notes of oak and vanilla. They just wanted to stop dying. Not every innovation came from fire. Some came from superstition. Pirates began tossing silver coins into their water barrels, believing it brought luck. What they discovered, without knowing the science, was one of the greatest antibacterial hacks in history. Barrels with silver stayed clearer longer. The water didn't turn green. It smelled cleaner. Crews could drink it weeks later without gagging. We now know why. Silver ions kill bacteria. They disrupt cell walls and stop microbes from multiplying. Pirates figured it out centuries before germ theory existed. Spanish silver was especially prized, and captains hoarded coins for this exact use. Food could run out, rum could vanish, but silver kept you alive. Even better, it was reusable. When barrels were emptied, the coins were rinsed off and dropped into the next one. In a way, pirates invented portable, recyclable water purifiers. Still, there came times when even silver and charred barrels weren't enough. The sea stretched for weeks with no rain, no dew, and no port. Crews watched the horizon with cracked lips and hollow eyes. That's when the boldest captains turned to something that sounded like alchemy, turning seawater into fresh water. The process was called distillation. Ancient in theory, deadly in execution. Boil seawater, capture the steam, let it condense into liquid, and you're left with drinkable water while the salt stays behind. Easy, except when your laboratory is a wooden ship surrounded by fuel you can't waste. Captain Bartholomew Roberts, one of history's most successful pirates, ordered a distillation rig built right into his vessel. Copper pots were set over controlled flames, with metal pans arranged above to catch the steam. It was ingenious and insanely dangerous. One flare-up could set the ship ablaze. Crews had to balance the fire's heat perfectly. Too cool and no steam. Too hot, and the ship became a funeral pyre. Fuel was another nightmare. Every plank burned for water was one less for repairs. Desperate crews fed the fire with rope, furniture, even boots. And it was slow, painfully slow. A small still might produce a few cups per hour, barely enough for survival. Still, pirates persevered. They learned to distill only during calm weather, when the ship wasn't pitching violently. Some took night shifts to keep the process running around the clock. The copper they used often came from melted coins or stolen church relics, the same metals that once adorned altars now keeping men alive. When storms made distilling impossible or fuel ran out, pirates turned experimental again. One trick was mixing alcohol, usually rum or wine, into their water. The alcohol acted as a mild preservative, slowing bacterial growth. It wasn't about getting drunk, though that certainly happened. It was chemistry by accident. Others added vinegar or citrus peels, using the acid and oils to fight microbes and mask foul tastes. Some threw in spices, cloves, cinnamon, anything to make the brew less disgusting. When all else failed, pirates tried filtering through whatever they had. Sand packed in cloth, old bread used as sponges, anything that looked absorbent. Pirate coffee, one journal called it. A sludge of rum, herbs, and questionable water that probably tasted like despair. Not all experiments went well. Some crews used lead pots and pipes, thinking the metal would preserve water. Instead, it poisoned them slowly. Headaches, confusion, trembling hands. They had no idea the cure was worse than the curse. But failure didn't stop them. Every disaster was a lesson learned. Every survivor, a teacher. Necessity pushed them further. Pirates began experimenting with solar distillation, using animal bladders as miniature greenhouses. They'd fill them with seawater, tie them off, and hang them in the sun. As heat built up, clean condensation formed inside, dripping into waiting cups. Crude, but it worked. Others buried clay pots filled with seawater beneath the sand. The porous surface allowed slow evaporation, leaving salt behind while fresh water collected in nearby pits. It was nature's desalination plant, silent, steady, and safe. They even found help from the ocean itself. Certain seaweeds and kelp absorbed salt naturally. Mixed with seawater, they could reduce salinity enough to make small sips survivable. Living filters from the sea. And when ingenuity met iron, pirates turned their cannons into science experiments. They realized the heavy metal barrels could serve as heat exchangers. By wrapping pipes through or around the cannon, they could channel seawater through heated metal, speeding up distillation without open flames licking wooden decks. In colder regions, the strategy reversed. Pirates collected sea ice and snow, which naturally contained less salt. Melted carefully, it provided near pure water. Some ships even carried nets designed to scoop floating ice chunks like liquid treasure. For all their reputation as thieves and killers, pirates were also innovators, survivalists who built floating laboratories on the world's most unforgiving frontier. Their experiments blended chemistry, physics, and sheer desperation. They charred barrels and invented charcoal filtration centuries before Breda. They purified water with silver long before microbiology existed. They distilled seawater with copper stills, recycled bladders for solar rigs, and even turned cannons into heat exchangers. They didn't write the science down. They lived it. Every technique came from trial, error, and the will not to die. Because in the end, the greatest treasure a pirate could possess wasn't gold or jewels. It was fresh water, the one thing that made all the rest possible. We've learned how they survived the open sea. Now, we'll see how some pirates learned to rule it. While pirate crews struggled to survive one drop of water at a time, a new kind of sailor was rising, one who turned piracy itself into national policy. He sailed under the flag of the Queen, plundering in her name, and shifted the balance of global power with every cannon fired. To England? he was a hero. To Spain, a criminal. And in history, something in between. This is the story of Francis Drake, the most controversial pirate in human history. Francis Drake, world's most controversial pirate. For centuries, pirates have terrorized the oceans, looting ships, seizing captives, and pillaging entire settlements. They were men and women, out for blood and riches, striking fear into the hearts of sailors from Europe to the Caribbean. Yet, for all the stories of violence and chaos, few ever truly called themselves pirates. To some, they were outlaws. To others, they were heroes, loyal seamen fighting for their queen, their freedom, or simply their next meal. History remembers their brutality, but what if their motives were never that simple? What if piracy, like power itself, was only a matter of perspective? No figure in maritime history blurs that line more than Francis Drake, England's most celebrated sailor and its most despised pirate. A man who circled the globe, fought empires, and earned both a knighthood and a death warrant. To the English, he was a hero. To the Spanish, he was El Drake, the dragon, a monster born of ambition and fire. Drake's story begins in the rugged coastal town of Plymouth in England's West Country. The smell of salt, tar, and gunpowder filled its narrow streets. The sea was everything there, a livelihood, a battlefield, a calling. Young Francis grew up surrounded by sailors, merchants, and privateers returning from dangerous voyages across the Atlantic. By his teens, he was already at sea, working his way up through the brutal hierarchy of ship life. Those early years forged him, disciplined, devout, and endlessly ambitious. In his 20s, Drake found a powerful ally. His wealthy cousin John Hawkins, a seasoned captain and one of England's rising maritime traders. Hawkins had built his fortune in one of the darkest industries of the age, the transatlantic slave trade. In the 1560s, Spain controlled nearly every major port in the New World. Under King Philip II's rule, Spanish colonies in Peru, Mexico, and Cuba thrived on the labor of enslaved Africans. The driving force behind the empire's sugar plantations and silver mines. Hawkins, hungry to break Spain's monopoly, saw opportunity in defiance. In 1568, Hawkins and Drake set sail for the coast of Sierra Leone, commanding a convoy of 6 ships and over 100 men. Their goal was simple: capture and trade enslaved Africans directly with Spanish colonies, despite Spanish law forbidding such commerce. To accomplish it, they raided African villages, allied with local rulers at war, and seized prisoners to sell overseas. It was a grim business, one that blurred the line between commerce and crime. The plan worked at first. In the New World, Hawkins and Drake forced Spanish merchants to buy their human cargo at gunpoint. By undercutting official prices, they made fortunes overnight. Hawkins could buy captives in Africa for £2 each and sell them for 22 in the Americas. But their success came at a price. Spain saw them not as traders, but as pirates, criminals invading royal territory. In September 1568, everything unraveled. The English fleet, heavy with profits, anchored at the Spanish port of San Juan de Ulua, near Veracruz, to repair their ships and rest their men. They believed they had negotiated safe passage with local Spanish officials. But one dawn, sails appeared on the horizon, the Spanish fleet, armed and ready. The air was thick with cannon smoke before the English realized what was happening. The Spaniards struck first, blasting through the harbor. Hawkins's fleet was trapped. Drake, commanding one of the smaller ships, saw the chaos erupting from afar. Hawkins fought to defend his convoy, but his ships were pinned between the Spanish guns and the rocky harbor walls. The battle raged through the night, wood splintering, men screaming, the sea turning black with gunpowder and blood. And then, at the critical moment, Drake made a decision that would define him. He turned his ship and fled. Leaving Hawkins to his fate, he escaped under the cover of darkness, slipping out of the harbor with a skeleton crew. When Hawkins finally returned to England weeks later, wounded, humiliated, and nearly broke, his fury was volcanic. He accused Drake of cowardice and betrayal, of abandoning his comrades to die. Their partnership and their family bond shattered forever. The disaster at San Juan de Ulua ended English involvement in the slave trade for nearly a century. But for Drake, it sparked something far more dangerous, a personal vendetta against Spain. He swore to destroy the Spanish Empire, not for morality, but for revenge. He had seen their wealth, their arrogance, their endless ships carrying silver from the New World to the Old. And he wanted his share. At the time, Queen Elizabeth I ruled a fragile England, Protestant and poor compared to Catholic Spain. Philip II's empire stretched across Europe and the Americas, his silver fleets carrying millions of pounds of treasure each year. England could never challenge Spain head-on, but it could bleed it dry. The Queen began quietly issuing letters of reprisal, legal documents authorizing captains to attack enemy ships and share the spoils with the crown. These privateers, or sea dogs, were pirates in all but name. The Queen publicly denied them, but privately took a cut of every prize. Drake became her most valuable hound, but his early missions were still reckless, fueled by hatred and ambition. Without Hawkins's protection, he sailed as a true outlaw. His first target? The Spanish port of Nombre de Dios, on the Isthmus of Panama, one of the empire's most critical arteries. From the silver mines of Peru, mules carried treasure north across the jungle to Nombre de Dios, where ships awaited to ferry it to Spain. It was a weak point in the Spanish system, remote, poorly defended, and overflowing with silver. Drake struck fast. Under cover of darkness, his men crept ashore and stormed the town. Cannon fire shattered the night. The Spanish defenders were caught off guard, but the alarm spread quickly. In the melee, a musket ball tore through Drake's leg, forcing his men to carry him to safety. They barely escaped alive. It was a failure, but it gave him a new understanding. To take on the Spanish, he needed more than courage. He needed allies. One came from an unexpected place, an African sailor known only as Diego. He had been enslaved in the household of Nombre de Dios's captain, but had escaped and sought freedom among the English. To Drake, Diego was invaluable. A local guide fluent in multiple languages, with knowledge of the jungle and the Spanish roots. Through him, Drake learned of a community hidden deep in the forests of Panama, the Cimarrons, formerly enslaved Africans who had fled their masters and built their own free settlements in the wild. The Cimarrons hated the Spanish as fiercely as Drake did. They agreed to help him strike back, not for gold, but for revenge. Together, they planned an ambush that would become one of the boldest raids in piracy's early history. Spanish silver from Peru traveled north by mule train, crossing 12 days of thick jungle to reach Nombre de Dios. Hundreds of animals carried tons of treasure through terrain so harsh that even Spanish soldiers dreaded the route. Drake and his Cimarron allies moved silently through the undergrowth, dividing into two groups along the path. For days, they lay in wait. Mosquitoes, heat, and silence their only company. When the first mules appeared, glinting with loaded silver bars, the trap was sprung. Gunfire cracked through the jungle. The Spaniards fought desperately, but they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Within minutes, it was over. Drake and his men seized tons of silver and gold, more than they could possibly carry. They loaded what they could onto their shoulders and buried the rest beneath the forest floor, marking the spot with secret symbols. That single act, the buried silver of Panama, would ignite one of the most enduring myths in maritime history. The treasure map. Stories spread of Drake's hidden cache, of bars of silver lying somewhere in the Panamanian jungle, guarded by time and snakes and ghosts. The English loved the legend. The Spanish feared it. For centuries, explorers would hunt for Drake's lost treasure, never finding a trace. But for Drake himself, it was only the beginning. He returned to England in 1573, a changed man, richer, wiser, and far more dangerous. The Queen welcomed him as a hero, conveniently ignoring how he had earned his fortune. To the public, he was the embodiment of English defiance, the common sailor who humiliated Spain and brought home its silver. To his enemies, he was already becoming a nightmare. Drake's time in Panama revealed something deeper than greed. It showed him that power at sea was not just about cannons or courage. It was about information, alliances, and the ability to turn the rules of empire against itself. In the years ahead, he would take those lessons to unimaginable lengths. The boy from Plymouth had learned how to fight. Now, he would learn how to conquer. He returned to England a hero. The man who had struck Spain where it hurt most, its treasure roots. Francis Drake walked into Plymouth not as a fugitive anymore, but as the face of England's rising defiance. But the truth was simpler and darker. He had tasted what power felt like. He had seen gold move through the arteries of an empire, and he wanted more. Drake's raids across Panama had made him famous among England's merchants and feared among Spain's governors. Queen Elizabeth herself was intrigued. She couldn't openly praise piracy, but she understood its usefulness. Spain was the richest empire in the world. Its ships carried millions of pounds of silver from the mines of Peru and Mexico back to Seville. England couldn't compete militarily, but it could steal. So when Drake came forward with a new idea, a voyage bolder than anything attempted before, the Queen quietly listened. His plan was nothing short of madness. To sail into Spain's most guarded waters, raid its Pacific colonies, and return to England by circumnavigating the globe. No Englishman had ever done it. No European had survived it except Magellan's crew, half a century earlier, and they had paid in blood. The Pacific, the peaceful ocean, had swallowed fleets whole. But Drake believed that where others failed, he would prevail. It was the perfect disguise. Officially, the voyage was a trading expedition. Unofficially, it was a state-sanctioned assault on the Spanish Empire. The Queen granted her blessing in secret. She even invested some of her own money, but gave no public endorsement. If it succeeded, England would be rich. If it failed, she could deny everything. Drake began assembling his fleet in late 1577. 5 ships and 164 men, handpicked from every corner of English society. There were hardened sailors, restless apprentices, soldiers of fortune, and even a handful of gentlemen seeking adventure and profit. He christened his flagship the Pelican, soon to be renamed the Golden Hind. 80 feet long, armed with 22 guns, sleek and fast. It was built for speed and survival, a predator of the sea. On board, Drake enforced strict discipline, but also shared in the labor. He prayed daily, joined the crew in their psalms, and kept morale high with music and wine. Still, everyone knew that the sea was unpredictable, and the mission's true goal was cloaked in secrecy. Few realized that they would not return home for 3 years. In December 1577, Drake set sail from Plymouth, bound for the unknown. His fleet first reached Cape Verde, off the coast of Africa, where they attacked a Portuguese vessel and captured its navigator, a stroke of luck that provided Drake with precious charts of the Pacific, information the Spanish and Portuguese had guarded for decades. From there, the fleet turned west, crossing the Atlantic toward South America. The voyage would test every man aboard and every illusion of leadership Drake had built. By the time they reached the coast of Brazil, tempers were already fraying. Supplies ran low, storms battered the ships, and suspicion spread that the captain had lied about the true nature of the journey. Among the officers, none was more vocal than Thomas Doughty, Drake's second-in-command. A gentleman by birth, intelligent and ambitious. Doughty believed he was Drake's equal, not his subordinate. To Drake, that was unforgivable. At first, the tension simmered quietly, but as weeks dragged on, Doughty's murmurs of dissent turned to open challenge. He accused Drake of misleading the crew and hoarding profits. Others began whispering too, wondering just how long the voyage would continue. To Drake, any hint of rebellion was poison. Leadership at sea meant absolute control. Without it, the ocean, or worse, his men, would devour him. When the fleet stopped near the coast of South America, Drake made his move. He charged Doughty with treason, the gravest offense imaginable, and convened a trial aboard ship. The courtroom was nothing more than a wooden deck slick with salt and sweat. The jury, handpicked from those loyal to Drake, knew what verdict was expected. They found Doughty guilty. On a cold morning, Doughty was led to the block. He was allowed a gentleman's death, beheading instead of hanging. Drake himself oversaw the execution. Some accounts claim he prayed with Doughty before the blade fell. Others say he barely looked at him. Either way, the message was clear. Drake would rule through fear if he had to. When Doughty's head hit the deck, the Golden Hind fell silent. No one ever challenged Drake again. The fleet continued south, battered by freezing winds and uncharted seas. Ahead lay the Strait of Magellan, a twisting, deadly channel connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific. No Englishman had ever navigated it. For 35 days they fought through its narrow, storm-lashed passages, surrounded by mountains of ice and rain. Men froze at their posts. Ropes snapped, sails tore, ships drifted apart. And then came the storm. Just as they reached the Pacific, the weather turned savage. Gale-force winds ripped the fleet apart. Waves the size of houses smashed against the hulls. One ship was swallowed entirely, another limped back toward England. The rest vanished in the chaos. For 50 days the storm raged, scattering them across the open sea. When it ended, only one ship remained, the Golden Hind. Drake had entered the Pacific alone. To the Spanish, the Pacific side of their empire was safe, a sanctuary shielded by distance. Their ships were slower, their ports unfortified. They never imagined an Englishman could reach them. Drake intended to prove them wrong. In early 1578, he began moving north along the coast of Chile and Peru, striking like a ghost. At Valparaiso, his men stormed the harbor, looting wine cellars and storehouses. At La Herradura, they stole livestock and supplies, barely escaping mounted Spanish soldiers. At Arica, they plundered 2 anchored ships, seizing cargo and silver. Each raid followed the same pattern: swift, brutal, efficient. The Spanish were stunned. They had no navy on this side of the continent, no defenses prepared. For the first time, the world's richest empire was vulnerable. Still, these raids were small prizes compared to what Drake truly sought. The Nuestra Señora de la Concepción, a treasure galleon rumored to be carrying a fortune in silver and jewels. For months, Drake hunted it, sailing up the Pacific coast like a wolf on scent. Then, near Peru, his patience paid off. The Concepcion appeared on the horizon, heavy and slow, its holds packed with wealth bound for Spain. Drake disguised the Golden Hind as a harmless merchant ship and shadowed the galleon until nightfall. Then, he struck. Cannons roared. The first broadside shattered the Spanish deck. The galleon's crew, unprepared and panicked, surrendered almost immediately. When Drake's men boarded, they found tons of silver, 80 pounds of gold, and crates of rare jewels. The haul was so enormous that they used silver bars as ballast. It was the single greatest prize ever taken by an English ship. In that moment, Drake became not just a pirate, but a legend. Yet survival was far from guaranteed. Every Spanish port from Lima to Mexico now had orders to capture or kill him. Drake's only chance was to vanish, to slip out of Spanish waters entirely. But there was no way back through the Magellan Strait. Spanish fleets were already moving to trap him. His only choice was forward, across the vast Pacific Ocean, a route no Englishman had ever taken. Before he left the Americas, Drake stopped at the small port of Huatulco, Mexico. There, his men looted valuables and seized the local church. They tore down crucifixes, stole the bells from the belfry, and took the priest hostage. To the Catholic world, it was an act of heresy. To Protestant England, it was vengeance. Word of the attack spread like wildfire across Spain, where Drake's name became synonymous with evil. El Drake, the dragon. By mid-1579, Spanish ships patrolled the Caribbean and South Pacific, hunting for the man who had humiliated an empire. Drake had no safe path home. The only remaining route was one no Englishman had ever attempted: to sail west, across the Pacific, around the world. In July, the Golden Hind set its course toward the setting sun. For 68 days, the crew saw nothing but endless water. The Pacific was calm, eerily so, a vast blue emptiness that seemed to mock them. Men grew sick from stale food and foul water. The tropical heat blistered their skin. But then, at last, they sighted land, a small island in the Micronesian archipelago. From there, they threaded through the East Indies, bartering for supplies, dodging Portuguese patrols, and narrowly avoiding shipwreck on the reefs. Drake navigated the Indian Ocean, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and crossed into the familiar waters of the Atlantic. 3 years after leaving England, he was finally heading home. On September 26, 1580, the Golden Hind sailed back into Plymouth Harbor. Of the 164 men who had departed, only 59 remained alive. They had circled the globe, the first Englishmen ever to do so. The cargo they carried was staggering, an estimated 264,000 in treasure, nearly 100 million today. Drake deposited the fortune in the Tower of London, where it was counted and divided. Queen Elizabeth's share alone exceeded her annual royal income. Publicly, the voyage was hailed as a triumph of English courage and naval mastery. Privately, it was piracy on a global scale. The Queen knew it, Drake knew it, and so did Spain. But the results were too good to ignore. Elizabeth personally boarded the Golden Hind and, in a ceremony witnessed by foreign ambassadors, knighted Francis Drake, transforming the world's most successful pirate into Sir Francis Drake, England's newest gentleman. But even as cannons thundered in celebration, whispers began to follow him. Of brutality, of greed, of the woman named Maria, an African captive left pregnant and abandoned on a remote island during the voyage. Drake's reputation was splitting in two: savior at home, monster abroad. For now, though, he stood untouchable. England had found its hero, and Spain its most dangerous enemy. The man who had once fled a burning harbor now commanded the respect of queens and the hatred of kings. He had conquered the Pacific, circled the globe, and made history. But the seas that had lifted him up would not carry him forever. Because the higher a man rises, the harder the ocean pulls him back down. April 1581. On the deck of the Golden Hind, still heavy with the scent of tar and salt, Francis Drake knelt before Queen Elizabeth I. Before a crowd of nobles and foreign dignitaries, the Queen herself drew her sword and touched it to his shoulder. The world's most notorious pirate was now Sir Francis Drake, his bloody record rewritten as royal glory. For a man who had spent his youth outrunning death and betrayal, this was the ultimate irony. A lifetime of piracy had just been legitimized. Drake was more than a sailor now. He was a symbol of England's defiance, its growing naval ambition, its hunger for power. Courtiers whispered that the Queen was enchanted by him. She certainly favored him more than most. She rewarded him with wealth and honors, appointing him mayor of Plymouth and later making him a member of Parliament. England's once poor mariner had become the face of a nation rising on the tides. But his new life among the aristocracy was not as smooth as it looked. Many of the old elite saw him as an upstart, a commoner who had bought his knighthood with blood and stolen silver. Some refused to meet him at court or take his hand. To them, Drake was a glorified thief, and nothing the Queen decreed could scrub away the stench of piracy. Beyond England's shores, his reputation was far worse. Spain had declared him a criminal, a heretic, a destroyer of churches. After his assault on Huatulco and the desecration of its Catholic symbols, Drake became known across the Spanish Empire as El Drake, the dragon of the apocalypse. To King Philip II, he was no mere pirate. He was the embodiment of Protestant blasphemy, a serpent sent to torment the faithful. A bounty was placed on his head so large that it could have bought a fleet. Even among his own allies, doubts lingered. Reports of his cruelty, like the abandonment of the African woman Maria, pregnant and left on an island during his circumnavigation, shadowed his triumph. Some claimed she had been assaulted by Drake himself. Others whispered it was to protect his reputation that he ordered her left behind. No one could prove it, but everyone remembered. Still, his power grew. In 1588, Europe erupted into open conflict. Spain, furious over years of English piracy and Protestant rebellion, launched its mightiest weapon, the Spanish Armada, 130 ships and 30,000 men, sent to crush England once and for all. The invasion fleet stretched from horizon to horizon, a floating fortress that no one believed could be stopped. Queen Elizabeth turned to the man who had humiliated Spain for 2 decades. Drake was appointed Vice Admiral of the English Navy, second in command of the entire defense. For a man once branded a pirate, it was the ultimate redemption. As the Armada approached, Drake's strategy was as unorthodox as it was effective. He understood Spanish tactics, their heavy galleons, their tight formations, and he used speed and chaos to tear them apart. Off the coast of Plymouth and later Gravelines, English ships darted in and out, firing from long range before retreating into the wind. Drake's nimble maneuvers turned Spain's might into a liability. Then came his most infamous move. One night, while anchored in Plymouth awaiting orders, Drake was said to be calmly playing a game of bowls when messengers reported that the Armada had been sighted. He reportedly looked up, smiled, and said, "There is time enough to finish the game and beat the Spaniards too." Whether he actually said it or not, the story spread, and it captured the spirit of the English resistance, fearless, calculated, and almost defiant in its confidence. The Armada's fate was sealed not just by English guns, but by wind and fire. Drake ordered fire ships, empty vessels packed with pitch and explosives, set adrift toward the Spanish formation. Panic spread as the burning hulks drifted among them, forcing the armada to break ranks. The English pounced. By August, what remained of Spain's proud fleet was limping north. Wrecked by storms and pursuit, the invasion had failed. England was safe. At 46, Francis Drake stood at the pinnacle of his life. The pirate who had once fled for his life now commanded the fleet that saved his nation. His victory at sea was celebrated as divine proof that Protestant England was favored by God. He was hailed as a national savior, the man who had defended the island and humbled the greatest empire on earth. But the tides were already turning. Drake's next campaign, launched the following year, would undo his legacy in months. In 1589, he led an expedition of 150 ships and 18,000 men. A massive force aimed at striking Spain's homeland and liberating Portugal from Spanish rule. It was a disaster. Poor coordination, disease, and Spanish resistance turned the invasion into chaos. By the time the survivors limped home, over 10,000 Englishmen were dead. The defeat destroyed Drake's reputation. He was blamed for arrogance, mismanagement, and greed. The same daring that had made him a hero was now called recklessness. Once hailed as a genius, he was mocked as a man who had lost his touch. The Queen, once his greatest ally, turned cold. For the next 7 years, Drake drifted between Plymouth and London, a living legend without command. His political career faltered, his fortune dwindled. Yet his ambition never faded. When the chance for redemption finally came, he seized it. In 1595, England once again turned its gaze toward the Caribbean. War with Spain had drained both nations, but rumors of hidden treasure and vulnerable ports still lured them back across the Atlantic. Drake, now 55, was given joint command with his old rival, Sir John Hawkins, the cousin he had once betrayed at San Juan de Ulua nearly 30 years earlier. It was a reunion doomed from the start. The two men barely spoke. Hawkins was aging, bitter, and sick. Drake was restless, desperate to prove that the dragon still breathed fire. Their target was Puerto Rico, a heavily fortified Spanish stronghold guarding the Caribbean sea lanes. From the moment they arrived, everything went wrong. Spanish spies had already learned of their plans. The port's defenses were ready. As Drake's fleet approached under cover of darkness, Spanish artillery opened fire, hitting one of his ships and killing dozens. Hawkins fell ill and died before the main assault even began. Drake pressed on, attacking coastal towns and smaller ports in a desperate attempt to salvage the campaign. But the Spanish were no longer the frightened colonists he had terrorized in his youth. Their ships were stronger, their patrols relentless. In Panama and along the Central American coast, the English suffered heavy losses. Then came the final blow: disease. Fever swept through the fleet, striking without mercy. Men collapsed at their posts, delirious with heat and infection. The Caribbean sun turned the decks into furnaces. The same waters that had made Drake rich now turned against him. By January 1596, Francis Drake himself fell ill, likely dysentery or yellow fever. Wasting away aboard his ship off the coast of Portobello, he reportedly refused to be seen by his crew in his final hours. The man who had conquered the seas, who had defied kings and empires, was too proud to let anyone watch him die. On January 28, 1596, Francis Drake died. His body was placed in a lead-lined coffin, sealed and weighted, and lowered into the warm waters of the Caribbean, the same sea that had carried his triumphs and his crimes. Cannons fired in salute. The ocean closed over him. He was never seen again. In the centuries that followed, countless expeditions would search for his resting place. Scouring the sea floor near Portobello, for traces of the coffin of England's most famous pirate. None ever found it. Some believe it lies buried beneath coral and sand, untouched since that day. Others claim the sea itself keeps his secret, unwilling to give back what it claimed. Francis Drake's legacy became as divided as his life. In England, he was immortalized as a hero, a man of destiny who carried his nation into the age of empire. Statues rose in his honor. His name was taught to school children as the embodiment of courage and adventure. To Spain and its colonies, he remained El Drake, the dragon who burned their churches and slaughtered their people. To historians, he was both visionary and villain, patriot and predator. He had risen from nothing, a common sailor's son, and through cunning, violence, and unrelenting will, he had reshaped the world. Yet for all his victories, the sea never truly belonged to him. He died chasing the same thing that had driven him all his life, the horizon. And somewhere out there, beneath the waves of the Caribbean, the coffin of Sir Francis Drake still drifts in silence, the final treasure of a man who conquered the world, but never himself. He was gone, but what he represented was just beginning. Drake's age of conquest had ended, yet his legend lit a fire in others. Across the next century, sailors, explorers, and dreamers scoured the oceans for what men like him had left behind. Gold, maps, islands whispered about in taverns and logbooks. And one of those islands would become an obsession like no other. A place lost in the Pacific mist, said to guard the greatest pirate treasure ever buried. The island full of hidden pirate treasure, shrouded in mist and isolated in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, about 350 miles off the coast of Costa Rica, there lies a lonely speck of land called Cocos Island. For centuries, sailors swore it existed. Others thought it was just a myth. Hidden away by violent seas and endless fog, Cocos became the ultimate riddle of the ocean, an island that lived more in legend than on any map. During the 18th and early 19th centuries, ruthless pirates were said to have paid regular visits to this remote outcrop. Some claimed it was their secret vault, others their grave. Countless stories told of how pirates buried millions of dollars in gold, jewels, and silver beneath its coconut trees and caves. Treasures stolen from Spanish galleons bound for the New World. If someone in those days spoke of a treasure island, they almost always meant Cocos. Over the years, hundreds of men battled the island's punishing weather. The relentless rain, the suffocating heat, the unyielding soil, to search for the buried fortune. Most lasted only a few days before giving up. Some stayed for weeks. But one man would remain there 17 years, obsessed beyond reason. His name was August Gisler. To some, his story is a tale of magnificent passion. To others, a cautionary spiral into madness. It begins in 1881, aboard a British sailing ship bound for Honolulu, Hawaii. Among the passengers was a 23-year-old German engineer named August Gisler, the third of 11 children, son of a knife manufacturer from Prussia. He was expected to follow his elder brother into the family trade, forging blades in a noisy workshop. But Gisler wanted more than the clang of steel. He wanted the world. By his early 20s, he had already sailed across oceans, taking odd jobs as a mechanic and machinist. On one of these voyages, he met a young Portuguese traveler named Manuel Cabal. The two struck up a friendship born of long nights, cheap rum, and endless conversation about home, family, and fate. One evening, as they lounged on deck under a heavy Pacific sky, an old sailor named Jack shuffled past them. Cabal stared at him for a long moment and muttered that the man looked like a pirate. Gisler laughed. "Those days are long gone," he said. But Cabal shook his head. "No," he replied. "He looks like my grandfather." Intrigued, Gisler pressed for more. Cabal explained that his grandfather had indeed been a sailor. And more than that, a pirate. He had sailed these very waters a half-century earlier. From his pack, Cabal produced a folded oilskin bundle, worn soft from years of handling. Inside was a set of handwritten pages, his grandfather's personal account of life at sea. It was no ordinary diary. It was the autobiography of a pirate who had once served under the infamous Don Pedro Benito, Bloody Sword Bonito, one of the most feared and charismatic marauders of the early 1800s. As Gisler read through the brittle pages, he was spellbound. The old man's words painted a world of Spanish galleons, priestly hostages, and oceans dripping with blood and gold. Piracy in those years was not the swashbuckling fantasy of novels. It was a lucrative, brutal trade. According to the diary, Bonito's crew roamed the Pacific, attacking coastal villages and plundering Spanish treasure ships. On one legendary occasion, they seized a galleon so rich with gold chalices and gemstones that they feared even carrying it to port would expose them. They needed a hiding place, somewhere remote, unreachable, safe. One passage made Gisler's heart race. It described a small island, crowned with 2 high mountains and a great waterfall, where the pirates decided to bury their plunder. The diary read, "A few days after our capture, the lookout reported an island ahead. From afar, we saw a great waterfall and mountains on each side. 3 boats landed the treasure on a shore near a grove of coconuts. A stream ran close into the sea. We followed it half a mile inland, to another grove of coconuts, and there we buried the treasure." The entry continued with meticulous detail, the kind of detail no mere mythmaker would bother to invent. It spoke of exact bearings, distances from landmarks, and the angle of a round rock west by south of a mountain. Gisler realized he wasn't reading a sailor's tale. He was holding a map in words. At sea, under the flickering lantern light of the cabin, he reread the pages again and again. The pirate described digging a hole, piling the treasure inside, and the captain taking exact compass bearings, but never sharing them. "I took my own bearings," the diary said, "from the mouth of the stream, in line with the round rock, about 600 feet west by south from the mountain mouth of the stream, and 20 feet back of the coconut grove." The document was completely unique. Detailed descriptions of landmarks, the number of paces, the very position of the treasure. But it lacked one crucial thing: the name of the island. Gisler understood immediately what he was holding. A once-in-a-lifetime clue to the greatest pirate treasure ever rumored. But without the island's name, it was like having a key without a lock. After 169 days at sea, the ship reached Honolulu. Gisler disembarked restless, almost feverish with curiosity. He needed to find that island. He needed money for an expedition. He took work on a banana plantation, spending his nights scouring bars and docks for any mention of an island with 2 mountains, 2 bays, and a waterfall. One night, in a dim Honolulu tavern, Gisler met a man named Bartels. Over drinks, Bartels told him about his wife's father, an old sailor known as Old Mac. The name made Gisler lean forward. Bartels explained that Old Mac had sailed with Benito himself and had taken part in the capture of a Spanish galleon near the coast of Apo. According to Bartels, Old Mac possessed maps and written instructions leading to a buried treasure on an island called Cocos. Gisler's pulse quickened. Could Cocos be the very island from Cabal's grandfather's diary? Bartels produced one of Old Mac's charts. The faded parchment showed an island with 2 mountains, 2 bays on the northeast and northwest, and even listed coordinates: latitude 5 to 27 north, longitude 80-70 west. Two compass bearings crossed at a single point marked with a tiny X, the supposed resting place of the treasure. When Gisler compared Old Mac's map to the descriptions in Cabal's diary, the similarities were unmistakable. Both spoke of two mountains. Both mentioned coconut groves and a stream running inland. Both placed the treasure near a round rock and close to the sea. For the first time, Gisler had a name: Cocos Island. From that moment, his course was set. The two sets of clues, Cabal's diary and Old Mac's chart, fit together like pieces of an ancient puzzle. The coordinates matched. The landmarks aligned. Cocos Island wasn't just a rumor whispered in ports. It was real. And somewhere under its mist-soaked palms, if the stories were true, the greatest pirate treasure of the Pacific lay waiting. Before Gisler left, Bartels offered one final warning. "Don't take too many hands to the island," he said. "And don't let a living soul know what you're after. You might not only lose your treasure, but your life." Ignoring the warning, August Gisler pressed on with his plan. He eventually secured passage aboard a Swedish sailing ship whose captain agreed to drop him off at Cocos Island on their way to Chile. It seemed simple enough. 350 miles across open water, a week's sail at most. But almost immediately, Bartels's words began to haunt him. The ship was poorly manned, the winds unsteady, a violent storm struck, tossing them about for days. When the skies finally cleared, the ocean turned treacherously calm. No wind, no current, no movement. The ship drifted aimlessly under the burning sun. Gisler later wrote in his journal, "We were only 350 miles from the island and thought we could easily make it in a week's sailing. But very light winds prevailed, and 14 days elapsed before we sighted Cocos. Then that night, we lost sight of it completely." They drifted for another week, hopelessly off course. When the wind returned, it carried them away from the island instead of toward it. After 73 grueling days at sea, the captain finally gave up on the Cocos stop and sailed on to Chile, over 3,000 miles from the island that haunted Gisler's dreams. In Chile, fate handed him another lead. The Swedish crew introduced him to the captain of a whaling company, a man who claimed to have visited Cocos Island several times. On one voyage in 1875, he had stumbled upon an American expedition digging near the beach, hunting for the very same treasure. That revelation thrilled Gisler and unsettled him. If others were digging by the shore, they were searching in the wrong place. The diary and charts he possessed pointed much farther inland. He was convinced that if he could reach the island himself, he would succeed where they had failed. Over the next few months, Gisler worked tirelessly to raise funds and recruit backers. Dockside merchants, engineers, and even small investors in Chile were drawn to his confidence. By February 1889, 8 years after first hearing the story of Cabal's grandfather, August Gisler finally set foot on Cocos Island. It was nothing like the paradise of pirate legends. Rising nearly 4 kilometers from the Pacific seafloor, Cocos was the emergent tip of a drowned volcanic chain, part of the same formation as the Galapagos Islands. It was a jungle fortress, its cliffs slick with rain, waterfalls cascading from granite ridges, mist hanging thick as smoke. No permanent settlement had ever survived here. Now, Gisler and his small expedition were alone. They made camp near the shore and began to explore. As he looked up at the two mountains dominating the skyline, Gisler unfolded Old Mac's chart. Two intersecting lines drawn from the mountain peaks met at a point deep inland, marked with a square and a note written in Spanish. In the year 1821, we buried treasure here of immense value. After we had buried the treasure, We planted a coconut tree on top and took bearings by compass, which showed locations northeast by east half east to the east mountain and north 10 degrees east to the west mountain. With the map as his compass, Gisler led his men into the jungle. They uprooted trees, searched caves, and dug along the ridges, carving through mud and rock until their hands blistered. The rain never stopped. The island seemed to resist them at every turn. Weeks turned to months. Supplies dwindled, morale cracked. One by one, the men who had arrived with such enthusiasm began to abandon the mission. By the end of the year, only 4 remained: Gisler and 3 exhausted companions. They kept digging beneath every palm tree within the marked square on the chart. 10 months of effort yielded nothing. No chest, no coins, no sign of gold. Defeated and starving, Gisler finally left the island in December 1889 and returned to Chile. But the island would not let him go. The following October, Gisler came back. This time better supplied, better equipped, and more determined than ever. His persistence soon seemed rewarded. One morning, while clearing soil near a cluster of ancient palms, his spade struck something hard. Digging deeper, he unearthed a handful of 18th century Spanish gold coins. For a moment, hope roared back to life. The coins were real, tangible proof that the island's pirate legends weren't mere fantasy. But days turned into weeks, and the find proved to be a cruel tease. No chests followed, no treasure hoard. "We dug and bored for months," Gisler later wrote, "until we were forced to admit we had no sure sign we would strike anything in the near future. We therefore hove up anchor." The failure crushed him. He began to question everything: the coordinates, the maps, even his own sanity. Had he fallen for the oldest delusion of all? Every treasure hunter begins with a map that seems certain, convinced they're the only one with the secret. But volcanic islands shift, erode, and change. Landmarks vanish. The shape of the island itself evolves with time. Still, Gisler refused to give up. He realized that if he couldn't find the treasure by following the old instructions, he would have to rewrite the rules. It was then that he had his revelation. To truly find the treasure of Cocos Island, he would have to live there. That epiphany marked the end of the explorer and the beginning of the obsessive colonist. August Gisler would spend 17 years on that island, turning his quest into a life sentence. But before he could dedicate himself to the search, he needed to make Cocos habitable, self-sustaining, and convince the Costa Rican government to let him stay. That would lead to his next chapter, the birth of a colony, and the curse that followed. For August Gisler, failure had only deepened the obsession. He realized that searching for the treasure through short, frantic expeditions was hopeless. The jungle of Cocos Island was too vast, its terrain too merciless. If he wanted to uncover what the pirates had buried, he would have to stay, not as a visitor, but as a man building a life atop his dream. He began to see the island not as a cursed rock, but as a challenge to tame. The plan was audacious: to colonize Cocos Island itself. Gisler believed that if he could establish a permanent community, the land would support him for as long as it took. The soil, he claimed, was fertile enough for bananas, cane, vegetables, and coffee. Wild pigs, goats, and deer roamed freely, food enough for any determined settler. He imagined a self-sustaining colony that could feed its people while they searched for the hidden gold. But he couldn't do it alone. Back in Costa Rica, he began petitioning the government. In July 1891, after months of correspondence, Gisler finally received what he needed: official permission from the President of Costa Rica to establish an agricultural colony on Cocos Island. The terms were simple but bold. If he could bring 50 German families, they would be allowed to live there under his leadership. Supplies would arrive by mailboat once a month. The settlers could work the land, build homes, and, unofficially, help search for treasure. Gissler now held the rights to one of the most mysterious islands on Earth. All that remained was to find people willing to follow him. He returned to Europe, armed with maps, drawings, and dreams. In Berlin, Hamburg, and Bremen, he spoke passionately of a Pacific paradise waiting to be tamed. He promised investors that the island's volcanic soil could produce crops richer than those of Cuba or Java. It was a pitch tailor-made for its time. The German Emperor Wilhelm II was eager to expand Germany's global influence, and colonial fever gripped much of Europe. Gissler's plan, half adventure, half enterprise, fit perfectly into that spirit of the age. Still, investors were cautious. Few believed a remote volcanic island could sustain life, let alone profit. So Gissler took his campaign across the Atlantic to America. In New York, newspapers caught wind of the tall, red-bearded German treasure hunter. The New York Times described him in almost mythic terms. Gissler is a breathing replica of Michelangelo's heroic statue of Moses. His reddish beard reaches his waist, his hair luxuriant, his eyes clear and searching as an eagle's. His height, 6 feet 3 inches. His voice, profoundly mellow. His hand is as big as the hand of Providence, and so hard that his clenched fist is used as a spike maul. Even with that larger-than-life image, no serious investors came forward. Neither in Europe nor in America could he find enough people to finance the colony. By the early 1890s, Gissler was desperate. He appealed again to the Costa Rican government, admitting that he had failed to attract settlers under the original terms. He proposed new conditions, ones that would make the colony financially viable. "My demands," he wrote to the president, "were a gift of 1/2 of the island for myself, the other half to be laid out in sections for the settlers I proposed to bring." After long negotiations, his request was granted. It was the breakthrough he needed. By 1894, August Gissler had secured investors, assembled a group of German farming families, and married a woman named Mary, his steadfast companion through what would become a lifetime of hardship. That December, the couple sailed from New York aboard a supply ship loaded with lumber, tools, seeds, and provisions. At a stop in Panama, they added tropical plants, chickens, ducks, and turkeys to the cargo. On December 13, 1894, they landed once again on Cocos Island. This time, they didn't come as explorers. They came as settlers. The first months were filled with hope. They built simple wooden houses from the island's timber. They cleared small patches of jungle to plant sugarcane, bananas, coffee, and vegetables. The air was thick with humidity, but for a time, it felt like the beginning of something grand. By 1897, Gissler's dream seemed to be coming true. The Costa Rican government, impressed with his persistence, officially appointed him governor of Cocos Island. For Gissler, it was vindication, a title that turned his personal obsession into a state-sanctioned mission. "You head so far down a path," a friend later wrote, "that the path becomes who you are." And I think he was truly happy to be the governor of Cocos Island. He had power, land, and loyal settlers. Or so he thought. But beneath the optimism, cracks were already forming. The supply ship promised by Costa Rica arrived only a few times before stopping altogether. With no regular deliveries, the colony's provisions quickly ran out. The settlers resorted to hunting pigs and fishing, but the food spoiled fast in the wet heat. Then came disease. One of the settlers fell ill, Gissler later wrote. His limbs became swollen, and soon after, he died. And the soil, once imagined as rich volcanic earth, turned out to be gray clay that trapped water just below the surface. Crops rotted before they could grow. Cocos Island has rather unusual soil, one visitor observed. It holds water a few feet down and makes it very difficult indeed to grow anything. Gisler refused to surrender. He built a small wooden boat and sailed with 4 men to the mainland for supplies. But when the boat was ready to return, 3 of the men refused to go back. There was no use reasoning with them, Gisler admitted. It would be cheaper in the long run to get rid of them. When he finally returned to the island, he found the situation worse than ever. A plague of rats had infested the colony, devouring crops and attacking children in their sleep. The settlers, weary and starving, began to revolt. They had come expecting a land of plenty. Instead, they found a humid hell of mud, hunger, and vermin. Gisler's patience snapped. The man once described as saintly and visionary turned authoritarian. He declared martial law, gathered his pistols, and confronted the colonists himself. As governor of the island, he wrote, "I am the judge, the jury, and the executioner." With his guns leveled at their faces, he forced the mutineers to surrender. They laid down their arms, he said, and peace was restored. But peace meant nothing without food. Supplies were gone, and his people were broken. Desperate, Gisler once again sailed to the mainland for provisions. While he was gone, an unexpected visitor arrived, a British warship commanded by Admiral Palliser. The admiral had heard the island's treasure stories and decided to see for himself. He anchored in Cocos Bay and sent platoons ashore armed with shovels, picks, and dynamite. For days, his men blasted craters across the island, tearing through the very ground Gisler had spent years studying. Mary Gisler tried to intervene, but they told her to mind her own business. When her husband returned, he was furious. He filed an official complaint, and in the end, Admiral Palliser was reprimanded by his superiors for the unauthorized intrusion. But the victory was hollow. The colony was collapsing. By 1902, the dream was over. The settlers had abandoned Cocos one by one, until only August and Mary Gisler remained. Yet even as his small empire crumbled, Gisler couldn't stop. He had found traces, coins, relics, carvings, that convinced him the treasure was real. And then, one day, while searching deep in the jungle, he found something that haunted him. A message carved into a tree trunk. It read, "The bird is gone." What did it mean? Who carved it? Had someone beaten him to the treasure? Or was it a warning that the gold had never been there at all? He stood frozen, reading it over and over. Whatever the answer, Gisler couldn't ignore the message's weight. The realization that he might have spent 2 decades chasing something that no longer existed haunted him. By now, no ship had visited Cocos for nearly a year. Their supplies were gone, ammunition exhausted. The rats were back, bolder than ever. Mary trapped them for food. She hunted whatever small animals she could catch and boiled seaweed when there was nothing else to eat. The rain came day after day, drenching everything they owned. The once grand colony had become a damp graveyard of dreams. Gisler knew they couldn't last much longer. He began patching up the small handmade boat he had built years earlier. The wood was soft from salt, the seams leaking, but it was all he had. He had no canvas for a sail, so he tore sheets from their bed and stitched them together. Before departing, he turned to Mary. He promised he'd be gone no more than 6 weeks, just enough time to reach the mainland, buy supplies, and return. Mary tried to smile. She had learned not to argue with his determination. For 17 years, she had followed him from continent to continent, from hope to hunger, from discovery to disappointment. She kissed him goodbye and watched him row into the gray horizon. That was the last normal day on Cocos Island. Within hours of leaving shore, a violent Pacific storm struck. The wind shredded Gissler's makeshift sail and tossed the boat like a toy. He battled the waves for days, half drowned, until the current dragged him hundreds of miles off course. When the storm finally broke, he found himself not in Costa Rica, but in Panama, more than 200 miles from his intended destination. Meanwhile, back on Cocos, Mary was alone. One woman, one island, one endless ocean. No one came, no ships passed, no smoke rose from the horizon. She was surrounded by birds, rain, and silence. She set traps, caught what she could, and waited. She could easily have died on that island, one historian would later write. No one cared for her. No one knew she was there. Weeks turned to months, and still, no sign of August. When he finally returned, 6 months later, Gissler found his wife alive, but barely. The experience had aged them both beyond recognition. Whatever spark had once driven him now flickered faintly, a ghost of obsession. They stayed on Cocos for a little while longer, but the dream was gone. The colony had vanished. The treasure was still missing, and their bodies could no longer endure the constant hunger, the salt, and the solitude. In 1908, after 17 years of struggle, August and Mary Gissler left Cocos Island for the last time. They settled in New York City, where relatives took them in. For the first time in decades, they lived among people, surrounded by noise and light instead of jungle mist. So, had all of it been for nothing? 17 years of labor, starvation, and death, and all he had found were 33 gold coins, minted between 1793 and 1799. Perhaps they were mere remnants of earlier expeditions. Perhaps they were the whispers that had lured him to stay when he should have fled. But to Gissler, they were proof. Proof that he had been right. Proof that the treasure was real, even if it remained beyond his reach. "I wonder," one chronicler wrote, "whether, at the end of his life, he felt those coins had whispered to him, 'There is money here, August. Keep digging.'" Gissler died on August 8, 1935, at the age of 78. In his will, he left half of Cocos Island to his friends and relatives, claiming its estimated value was $200,000. When the beneficiaries approached the Costa Rican government to claim their inheritance, officials informed them that Gissler had never owned the island. His title as governor had been temporary. His authority expired decades earlier. The will, they said, was worthless. And yet, there's another way to see August Gissler's story. He didn't find the treasure, but he did something perhaps harder. He endured. He lived for 17 years on a remote volcanic island, where most men could barely survive a week. He dug, he dreamed, and he never gave up. "Most people who go to Cocos," said one explorer, "can only last a week or two. The rain, the insects, the loneliness, it breaks you." To do what Gissler did, to keep digging for 17 years, marks him as an extraordinary human being. In the end, August Gissler may have discovered something greater than gold, the limit of human endurance and the cost of obsession. He once wrote near the end of his life, "The treasure is on the island, but it will take money and a good deal of effort to unearth it. I have gone through many hardships and dangers, and perhaps shall do so again. But this will not keep me away." 17 years, 33 coins, and a promise that refused to die. Somewhere in the heart of the Pacific mist, the island still waits. Silent, rain-soaked, and heavy with secrets. And who knows, Perhaps the next man who dares to dig beneath its roots will finally hear the echo of August Gissler's last words and uncover the gold he never could. August Gissler spent 17 years searching for the ghosts of pirates long dead. But long before men like him chased legends on dusty maps, there was one man who didn't need to hide his treasure because he was the treasure. His name was Edward Teach. The world would remember him as Blackbeard, King of Pirates. Blackbeard, Edward Teach, King of Pirates. The man history remembers as the pirate captain Blackbeard remains one of the most elusive figures of the Golden Age of Piracy. Even his real name is uncertain. Records from the early 18th century list him as Edward Teach, Edward Tatch, or a similar variation, but none of them are considered definitive. Like many pirates of his era, he probably used an alias, a mask to conceal his identity, protect his family from disgrace, and evade the law. Tradition holds that Blackbeard was born around 1680 in the port city of Bristol, England. Most historians agree with this timeline, since records from the 1710s describe him as a man in his 30s, seasoned, formidable, and commanding. One surviving document from that period even refers to him as a man born in Bristol, and it makes sense. By the end of the 17th century, Manchester and Birmingham were still small towns. Liverpool had not yet become the empire's slave trading hub, and Bristol was England's second-largest port, the western gateway to the Atlantic. It was here that thousands of sailors were born and bred for life at sea, and among them, perhaps, was a boy named Edward Teach. But other theories persist. Some sources describe Blackbeard as a man born in Jamaica to a very respectable family. A third hypothesis, proposed more recently, claims he was actually Edward Beard of Bath County, North Carolina, a local sailor who reinvented himself offshore. One critic reviewing the book that advanced this theory remarked, "No evidence can confirm the true origins of this notorious pirate, so his being from North Carolina is as plausible as any other theory. In truth, the mystery of his birthplace matters less than the era he was born into. For it was the age itself that shaped him more than any homeland could. Whether he first saw the world in Bristol, Jamaica, or North Carolina, his childhood unfolded at a time when the British Empire was expanding its colonies across the globe. By the late 17th century, England's imperial reach was accelerating at a staggering pace. Although Spain and Portugal had conquered the Americas a century earlier, England was now catching up rapidly. By the 1630s, English colonies had sprung up on Caribbean and West Indian islands, such as Nevis, St. Kitts, Bermuda, and Barbados. By the 1650s, the English had seized Jamaica from Spain during a military campaign launched by Oliver Cromwell, the Lord Protector, called the Western Design. Later, in the mid-1660s, during war with the Dutch Republic, the English captured New Holland, renaming it New York. Trade boomed. The Atlantic Ocean became, as some called it, the English Lake, filled with ships carrying sugar, tobacco, and goods feeding a rapidly globalizing economy. This was the world of the British Atlantic, the world in which the age of piracy was born. And to understand Blackbeard's world, we must understand what pirate meant in his time. In the early modern era, piracy was not always a crime. Sometimes it was state-sanctioned business. In fact, the very word piracy is historically misleading. In its early usage, it didn't yet refer to ship robbers as it does today. There were two kinds of pirates. The first, and the origin of the word pirate, were privateers. These were captains unofficially hired by European governments to attack the merchant vessels of rival nations. They were given letters of marque, licenses that authorized them to plunder in the name of their monarch. If questioned, they claimed their actions were purely private, hence the term privateer. Figures like Sir Francis Drake, who raided Spanish ports in the 1570s and 1580s, were celebrated as national heroes, not criminals. They fought under the Queen's banner, even when England and Spain were technically at peace. In contrast, the later pirates, those operating independently, without royal permission, hiding in pirate havens, were the true buccaneers, hunted by every nation. The earliest buccaneers operated mostly in the northern and eastern Atlantic during the first half of the 16th century, setting sail from remote ports in southern Ireland, England's West Country, and even along the Moroccan coast of North Africa. But by the second half of the 17th century, as Europe's American colonies multiplied and transatlantic trade flourished, pirate fleets drifted westward, establishing bases on Caribbean islands. From there, they could strike directly at the growing traffic between English, Spanish, and French colonies. The surge of maritime commerce across the Caribbean and Atlantic led to a massive wave of piracy in the early 18th century, the very moment when the man later known as Edward Teach, or Blackbeard, emerged. Yet, one final spark would ignite this explosive growth of piracy. In November 1700, Charles II of Spain died without a clear heir. His will named Philip of Anjou, grandson of Francis Louis XIV, as successor. But the Austrian Habsburgs also claimed the throne. England and the Dutch Republic feared that if France absorbed Spain's vast empire, the European balance of power would collapse. The result was the War of the Spanish Succession, a 13-year conflict largely fought across the Atlantic, with countless naval battles along North America's eastern seaboard and in the Caribbean. As war raged among Europe's great powers, Queen Anne's government in England expanded its naval forces against Spain and France across the Atlantic, issuing letters of marque, licenses for private ship owners to attack enemy commerce. It was a cost-effective strategy. Instead of building fleets, the Crown outsourced war to private captains. Many of the men who later became infamous pirates began this way. Edward Teach appears to have been one of them. Though little is known of his early life, fragments of evidence place him in the Caribbean in the early 1700s, likely serving aboard an English privateer raiding Spanish vessels. Whatever his origins, several things seem clear by this point. Records suggest that he could read and probably write, uncommon skills among sailors of the age, who often signed their names with a mark. This hints at an upbringing that afforded some education. By the late 1700s, or early 1710s according to some sources, Teach was actively participating in privateering campaigns under English commission in the Caribbean. Contemporary accounts note that Teach, or Tatch as one record spells it, was based in Jamaica and was distinguished for his extraordinary boldness and personal courage, though he was never given full command of a privateer and served under others. This was not surprising, as he was still relatively young at the time. It is possible that he had become a higher-ranking officer on a privateer ship in the early 1710s, considering the rapid advancement he achieved later on. By 1713, when English privateers from Newfoundland to the Caribbean found themselves in limbo, diplomats in London, Paris, Madrid, and Vienna negotiated peace. England and Austria gained compensation through the cession of Spanish territories, and the war ended. Thousands of privateers were suddenly unemployed. Their choices were stark: return to land, seek work on merchant ships, or turn pirate. Many chose the third, and Teach was among them. A 1724 London publication about his activities claims he went to Barbados and found work aboard a pirate ship commanded by Stede Bonnet, later known as the Gentleman Pirate. Under Bonnet, Teach served as a foremastman, a mid-level officer, as they began attacking merchant ships along the English colonial coast of North America. The exact sequence of events in the first year or so of his pirate career remains unclear. He worked with Bonnet for a time. Bonnet's aristocratic demeanor angered some crew members, who eventually deposed him and made Teach their new captain. Other accounts suggest the two remained on good terms, and by 1717, Teach, Bonnet, and Benjamin Hornigold were jointly raiding ships across the western Atlantic and Caribbean. They were especially active off the coasts of the Carolinas and the territory that would later become Georgia, extending east toward the Bahamas, where islands like New Providence served as true pirate republics. The waters from the Outer Banks outward had fallen into lawlessness after the war's end. Here, Teach and Bonnet built their reputations and fortunes by attacking any Spanish, English, or French merchant ship sailing from Florida northward toward ports like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. By the autumn of 1717, Teach was sailing mostly in alliance with Benjamin Hornigold. They commanded 3 ships, an old sloop that Teach had acquired while still Bonnet's subordinate, the Revenge, seized after Bonnet's crew mutinied, and Hornigold's Ranger. Why the name Revenge was so popular among pirate ships is uncertain. But historians believe that many former privateers, once government-licensed captains, felt betrayed by peace treaties of 1713-1714, and their turn to piracy was their revenge against the governments that failed to reward their wartime service. Soon after, their fleet added a 4th, unnamed vessel, giving Teach, Hornigold, and Lieutenants David Harriet and Israel Hands control of a small squadron operating along North America's eastern seaboard. Records state they captured several ships and looted cargoes in October 1717. Among them were the Robert and the Good Intent, sailing from Philadelphia and Dublin respectively. The haul must have been considerable, for after these raids, Hornigold retired, taking a small sloop and the Ranger with him. In a remarkable twist, Hornigold soon reappeared as a pirate hunter, abandoning his old ally, Teach. The two would never meet again. Teach and his crew, now left with only a small sloop and the Revenge, soon captured the ship that would make him legendary. On November 28, 1717, near the island of St. Vincent in the Caribbean, they encountered a French slave ship called La Concorde, a Guineaman that had sailed from the West African coast of Guinea. Some accounts say it had originally been an English vessel captured by the French. The ship was about 100 feet, 31 meters, long and had carried around 16 guns before its capture. When Teach attacked, a brief cannon exchange ensued, and the French crew quickly surrendered. After taking possession, Teach renamed the ship Queen Anne's Revenge and outfitted it with about 40 guns, turning it into his flagship. Researchers note that the name and refitting were symbolic, honoring Queen Anne, who had died in 1714, and recalling the era of war, as well as the lingering resentment many sailors felt toward the English government that had failed to compensate them. With his new flagship and the 2 remaining vessels, Teach continued his raids throughout the Caribbean and along the coasts of the English colonies during the winter of 1717 and into the spring of 1718. One of his most notorious prizes was the large merchant ship Great Allen, captured near St. Vincent just days after he seized the Queen Anne's Revenge. News of the incident reached as far as New England. For instance, the Boston Newsletter reported that Teach commanded 3 ships and at least 150 pirates. Some accounts claimed the number exceeded 300. The captain of one of those captured ships, Henry Bostock, provided one of the most detailed and credible first-hand accounts of Teach after being questioned by the colonial governor of St. Christopher upon his return. Bostock described Teach as a very tall, lean man with a great, thick, black beard. He believed Teach's crew intended to spend the winter on Hispaniola to intercept one of the Spanish silver galleons that each year carried treasure from Mexico and Bolivia to Europe. In all of this, Teach and his followers operated within the so-called Alliance of Pirates, a loose network of pirate bands who cooperated with one another, establishing safe havens in various ports. By the early 18th century, some of these bases existed in Bermuda, Jamaica, and even as far away as West Africa and Madagascar, where they could strike vessels sailing from India and the East Indies toward Europe. Every pirate gang of the early 18th century pursued the same goal: to seize whatever cargo they could. Contrary to the romantic image painted by Hollywood, they rarely discovered chests filled with gold and jewels. The real spoils of the Golden Age of Piracy were far more practical. Vast shipments of sugar, tobacco, cotton, coffee, cocoa, indigo dye, and rare spices, the lifeblood of Atlantic commerce. Easily traded at colonial ports, such goods could yield fortunes when sold in the right place. Equally certain is that pirates almost never buried their treasure. That idea, deeply rooted in modern folklore, has no historical basis. They did not hoard, they spent. The average pirate's lifespan rarely exceeded 2 years, and a man living under the shadow of the gallows had no reason to save for old age. As historians from the Royal Museum's Greenwich have noted, if any pirate ever roamed the Caribbean with a map marked by an X, he was certainly an anomaly, and most likely insane. By late 1717, Blackbeard's reputation within the alliance of pirates had become formidable. Although much of his later legend was exaggerated by propagandists and sensational writers, contemporary witnesses agreed that his audacity and theatrical presence set him apart. His appearance itself became a weapon. His beard, unsurprisingly, was black and grown so thick that it covered most of his face. It was memorably described as a vast quantity of hair, like a frightful meteor covering his whole face and making America more afraid than any comet that had appeared for a long time. He crafted this image deliberately. Blackbeard braided his long beard into small plaits, tying them with ribbons and looping them around his ears like tiny coils. Before battle, he tucked slow-burning fuses or matches into his hat and beard. Witnesses swore that when he emerged through the smoke of cannon fire, his eyes blazing amid the wreaths of sparks, he looked like a demon risen from the sea. One contemporary writer remarked that the imagination cannot conceive a fury from hell more terrible than he appeared. He carried 3 pistols strapped across his chest, a cutlass at his side, and wore either a fur-trimmed tricorn hat or a long sea coat. Every detail served a purpose, not only for display, but for intimidation. Many crews were so terrified that they surrendered before he even fired a shot. His private life was surrounded by rumor and intentionally cultivated myth. The most influential source, A General History of the Pirates, 1724, published under the pseudonym Captain Charles Johnson, claimed that Teach had married at least 14 times, many of those marriages simultaneously. A dozen of Blackbeard's supposed wives were still alive when the book was written in the mid-1720s. The work also accused his crew of staging wild, drunken revels at sea. Tales almost certainly fabricated to both thrill and horrify readers in George I England. Yet the author's identity remains a mystery. Some historians suggest that Johnson was actually Daniel Defoe, author of Robinson Crusoe, while others believe he was a genuine former pirate acquainted with the men he described. Teach's drinking habits were, however, well attested. Numerous accounts recount his frenzied binges of rum mixed with gunpowder. A brutal concoction meant both to test his own endurance and to shock his crew. One famous anecdote claims that after a night of debauchery, he ordered the ship's hold set on fire and raved through the smoke, declaring he had created his own hell. A logbook, said to have been recovered from his flagship, now lost but quoted in early colonial documents, recorded entries such as, "Today, the rum is all gone," and elsewhere, "Today, took a ship with a great deal of rum aboard, so kept all hands hot and merry, and all's well again." Whether authentic or not, such lines capture his essence. Impulsive, theatrical, and recklessly unrepentant. And it is easy to see from descriptions like these why Blackbeard and his ilk became infamous as libertines, men who lived fast, indulged freely, and burned brightly before the rope found them. Setting aside the legends and exaggerations, Blackbeard's true historical legacy was defined by his actions during the winter of 1717 and the spring of 1718. After wintering in the Caribbean, he and his crew abandoned their plan to intercept the Spanish treasure fleet, which by then consisted of smaller, well-escorted ships, and turned north toward the English colonies of North America. It was then that Teach carried out one of the boldest acts of the entire Golden Age of Piracy: the blockade of Charleston Harbor in what is now South Carolina. At that time, Charleston, then known as Charlestown, was the wealthiest port in the southern colonies, its economy built on tobacco, rice, and indigo for the European market. It was heavily fortified, and no pirate had ever dared approach it, let alone besiege it. Almost no one had imagined attacking a major port, for the simple reason that it would attract too much attention, and it was assumed that the harbor defenses were strong enough to repel any pirate assault. Yet in May 1718, Blackbeard proved that the impossible could happen. His fleet, the Queen Anne's Revenge and several smaller vessels, suddenly appeared offshore and dropped anchor along the Charlestown Bar, a dangerous sandbar blocking the entrance to the harbor. Every ship entering or leaving Charleston had to pass through this narrow, shallow channel. Teach positioned his ships across it and waited. For nearly 10 days, he shut down all maritime traffic, seizing several merchant ships, including the Crowley, bound for London, which carried prominent colonial officials. He held them hostage, sending an ultimatum to Governor Robert Johnson, declaring that he was detaining the prisoners and demanding ransom, primarily in the form of medicine. Historians still debate his true motive. Some suggest there may have been an outbreak of syphilis or dysentery among his crew. Others believe the demand for medicine was merely a pretext to conceal a shortage of opium and laudanum, the crude painkillers commonly carried aboard ships. Whatever the case, a deal was struck, and Blackbeard released the hostages after looting their belongings and receiving the ransom. He withdrew shortly afterward, before a Royal Navy squadron could be assembled to pursue him. News of the Charleston blockade spread across the Atlantic world. Within 2 weeks, a handful of pirates had paralyzed the busiest port in British North America. Both the Boston Newsletter and the London Gazette reported on it, describing Teach the pirate as commanding more than 300 men and ruling the sea like a floating kingdom. But even as he celebrated, forces were already moving against him. Though the Charleston blockade could be seen as a daring display of pirate power in the years following the War of the Spanish Succession, events were unfolding that would quietly prepare the way for a massive crackdown on Blackbeard and his allies. Since 1715, the British government under King George I, the first monarch of the House of Hanover, had begun a formal campaign to suppress piracy. Officials in London were alarmed to discover that privateers who had once served England during the wars against France and Spain were now attacking ships indiscriminately, regardless of nationality. This not only threatened Britain's economic interests in the region, but also risked diplomatic crises if these former royal allies continued preying on French and Spanish shipping. Thus, from 1715 onward, the Crown resolved to eradicate piracy completely. However, during the first year or two, the effort achieved little progress. It was not until early 1717 when the Royal Navy vessel HMS Scarborough captured a pirate ship off St. Croix in the Caribbean that authorities claimed their first significant victory. By then, though, it was clear that dozens of pirate vessels were still active throughout the North Atlantic. Many proposed a reconciliation strategy, offering amnesty to pirate captains and crews who surrendered, allowing them to keep most of their plunder if they agreed to abandon piracy. Recognizing this approach as cheaper and faster, in September 1717, the government of George V issued the proclamation for the suppression of pirates, widely known as the Act of Grace. Hundreds surrendered, but not all. And Blackbeard was about to choose which side he belonged to. The Act of Grace was both an olive branch and a carefully disguised trap. It promised that any pirate who voluntarily surrendered to a senior English magistrate or governor in one of the North American or Caribbean colonies before September 5, 1718, would be pardoned for any crimes committed before January 5, 1718. The deadline was later extended to July 1, 1719. That date was no accident. It drew a clear line in ink between redemption and the gallows, with one condition. Anyone who failed to surrender by the deadline would have a large bounty placed on their head and be hunted by the Royal Navy. For Blackbeard and dozens like him, the choice now came down to two paths: retire wealthy and pardoned, or die violently at sea. In the months that followed, and indeed for the rest of his short life, two colonial governors, men of entirely opposite character, would determine Edward Teach's fate. The first was Charles Eden, governor of North Carolina since 1714, a man whose reputation was as murky as the waters off the Outer Banks. Eden was known to turn a blind eye to piracy whenever it suited his interests. He was notorious for corruption and was clearly connected with Teach, as well as Stede Bonnet and Benjamin Hornigold. Local records from Bathtown reveal that he benefited financially and materially from dealings with pirates, and some reports even claimed he personally presided over one of Teach's alleged 14 marriages. Letters sent to London accused Eden's administration of having become a sanctuary for pirates. And under his governorship, the inlets of North Carolina transformed into safe havens, where outlaws could trade their stolen goods for gold and, at least on paper, respectability. And he was also the man to whom many former pirates came seeking pardon in 1718 and 1719. Farther north, Alexander Spotswood, the governor of Virginia since 1710, was his complete opposite, a strict, disciplined career officer who had served in the War of the Spanish Succession and had been shaped by the formal structure of the London court. Spotswood was everything Eden was not. Principled, methodical, and utterly loyal to the crown. During his tenure, he strengthened Virginia's coastal defenses, expanded settlements westward to the Blue Ridge Mountains, and became known for his iron discipline. When the royal order to suppress piracy reached him, he executed it to the letter. No mercy, no compromise. To Spotswood, Blackbeard was neither a folk hero nor a misguided man, but a criminal who defiled British commerce and had to be destroyed. Eden and Spotswood became the two poles of fate hanging over the pirate world. One offered a path to life, the other promised death. For Blackbeard, the decision to seek pardon became easier after the events that followed 2 weeks after the Charleston blockade. In June 1718, only weeks after the blockade, Teach led his fleet northward, intending to careen and repair his ships at Beaufort Inlet, on the coast of what is now North Carolina. But the plan collapsed. Whether due to navigational error, shifting sands, or the drunken chaos on board, both the Queen Anne's Revenge and a smaller sloop ran hard aground. The flagship's mainmast snapped in two, and the hull was torn apart. Without supplies or timber for repairers, the crew was helpless. Modern maritime archaeology has confirmed the story. In 1996, divers discovered the wreck at Beaufort Inlet, containing 40 cannons, navigation instruments dating before 1718, and French-made artifacts, all consistent with the Queen Anne's Revenge. Evidence indicates the ship truly ran aground in shallow water, not deliberately sunk. However, some historians suspect it might not have been an accident. One theory holds that Blackbeard intentionally wrecked the ship to reduce his crew size, hoping that the stranded men would disperse ashore while he and a handful of trusted followers kept the lion's share of the loot taken from the Charleston blockade and earlier Caribbean raids. Whether by accident or design, June 1718 marked the loss of the Queen Anne's Revenge off North Carolina, eventually claimed by the sea. The destruction or deliberate abandonment of the Queen Anne's Revenge had a double meaning. Its loss forced Teach to join the growing ranks of pirates seeking royal pardon. He had first heard of the Act of Grace while in the Caribbean during the winter of 1717. It is possible that, after learning of the amnesty, Blackbeard planned his one last great job, the Charleston blockade, believing he could seek pardon afterward. He blockaded the port, seized his final fortune, and then wrecked the Queen Anne's Revenge 2 weeks later to rid himself of most of his crew and keep a larger share for himself. This fits with the fact that by midsummer 1718, just a week or two after his flagship was lost, he appeared before Governor Eden and received an official royal pardon for all his previous crimes. It was a perfect exit from piracy. After only a few years of plundering, he had amassed a fortune and walked away cleansed. Even luckier for Blackbeard and his fellow pirates, tensions were once again rising between England and Spain, after Spain reoccupied the island of Sardinia in the Mediterranean, one of the territories it had ceded to Austria a few years earlier when the War of the Spanish Succession ended. If war broke out again, Teach, Bonnet, and others surely believed they might receive letters of marque once more, returning them to the legal status of privateers. If Blackbeard thought he could have it both ways, he would soon lose that illusion. After being pardoned by Eden in late June 1718, he and many other pirates settled in the coastal communities of Carolina. But he did not anticipate the unrelenting resolve of Governor Spotswood of Virginia. As soon as Eden granted pardons to Blackbeard and others, who then settled along the Outer Banks and nearby regions, Spotswood began planning their prosecution. He was able to do so because Blackbeard's plan had a fatal flaw. The Proclamation for the Suppression of Pirates, or Act of Grace, which offered amnesty to men like Teach, contained a very specific clause. Anyone seeking pardon had to surrender before September 1718, later extended to 1719. But it also carried an important condition. Only crimes committed before January 5, 1718, would be forgiven. That clause was added deliberately to prevent exactly the sort of thing Blackbeard had done, learning of the pardon, then committing one last grand act of piracy before claiming forgiveness. Teach had done just that in May 1718, 4 months after the cutoff date when he blockaded Charleston. Armed with that knowledge, Spotswood resolved to prosecute Blackbeard and his men, despite the pardon Eden had granted them that summer. While Spotswood plotted, Teach was living quietly at Bath Creek in Plum Point, North Carolina. He still had a small vessel after the June wreck and had even applied for a privateering commission, since England was again on the brink of war with Spain. Many of his loyal sailors had also settled in the area. Eden may have hoped that Teach would soon receive a new letter of marque and leave North Carolina, as suspicion about his own dealings with pirates, particularly those involved in the Charleston blockade, was growing. Meanwhile, other problems were surfacing. Lawlessness, drunkenness, and public disorder plagued the coastal communities where former pirates had settled. Amid this tension came an accusation in August that Teach had participated in the seizure of a French ship along the coast, though an admiralty court in Pennsylvania quickly ruled the vessel had sunk naturally. Still, all this convinced Spotswood that he had enough legal grounds to overrule Eden and begin prosecuting the Carolina pirates as if their pardons were void. His approach was entirely legal, since the Charleston blockade had occurred after the January 1718 deadline. In August and September 1718, Spotswood and his officials gathered intelligence from various sources, including William Howard, former quartermaster of the Queen Anne's Revenge, to determine the whereabouts of Teach and his closest associates in North Carolina. Armed with this information, Spotswood began planning a military expedition to the Outer Banks. He appointed Lieutenant Robert Maynard, a veteran of the War of the Spanish Succession, to lead the mission, giving him 2 ships, the Ranger and the Jane, the latter being the renamed HMS Pearl. Just over 50 men would accompany Maynard on the 2 vessels, with the promise of a generous reward for anyone who killed or captured Blackbeard, a bounty offered by the Virginia colonial government, which feared Teach and his men would again threaten trade if left unchecked. And so, armed with dozens of cannons and the lure of prize money, Maynard and his crew set sail from Virginia on November 17, 1718. A detailed account of the events that followed was published in London in 1724, offering an unusually rich description of what became the final chapter of Teach's life. After 4 days of cautious sailing down the coast, Maynard and his men aboard the Ranger and the Jane reached Ocracoke Inlet, part of the Outer Banks, near what is now Cape Lookout. They proceeded carefully, aiming not to alert Blackbeard or any of his followers to their arrival in North Carolina. Nevertheless, it seems Teach was warned, perhaps tipped off by that old friend of the Buccaneers, Governor Charles Eden himself. As a result, before Maynard's ships even arrived, Teach ordered his remaining crew to ready his only ship left, the Adventure, to either engage Maynard or escape if necessary. But Blackbeard did not immediately flee the Outer Banks. This was not the first time he had received false alarms about Virginians coming to hunt him. Had it not been for those earlier false warnings, he might have been more cautious this time. Instead, on the night before Maynard's arrival, Teach and several of his crew were said to have been drinking heavily at a local tavern. On the evening of November 21st, 1718, Maynard and his men anchored at the mouth of Ocracoke Inlet and spent the night there. The next morning, they hoisted the royal ensign to signal that they were acting under the king's authority. At that moment, Teach and about 20 men were aboard the Adventure. Blackbeard ordered the anchor lines cut, let the ship drift, and opened fire on Maynard's vessels. But misfortune struck immediately. The Adventure ran aground as it tried to maneuver. Maynard seized the moment, moving in fast, dropping anchor, and returning fire with superior gunnery. The 2 sides shouted across the water, and Blackbeard, his voice hoarse with rum, raised a glass to his enemies, vowing he would give no quarter, then ordered his men to fire again. The battle was ferocious. Dozens on both sides fell. In the chaos of the shallow water fight, Blackbeard charged straight at Maynard. The 2 men met face to face. Maynard's sword snapped in 2 during the clash, and he might have been killed if not for one of his sailors, who swung his cutlass and struck Teach across the neck and shoulder. Moments later, Blackbeard was shot down, collapsing on the deck, while his remaining crew fled in panic. One eyewitness wrote, "So ended that valiant brute, who, had he fought in a just cause, might have been esteemed a hero by the world." Maynard ordered his head cut off and taken aboard as a trophy. He then sailed for Bathtown to tend to the wounded. When the Adventure was searched, letters between Teach, Eden, and their accomplices were found, revealing clear ties between the governor and the pirates, even implicating figures in New York. A logbook said to belong to Teach was also reportedly discovered, but it was never seen again. After recovering, Maynard and his crew, along with the captured pirates, returned to Virginia to claim their reward. Many of the prisoners were tried and executed. Blackbeard's head was mounted on a pike at the entrance to Chesapeake Bay, where it meets the James River, a grim warning to all who might follow in his wake. News of the death of the Atlantic's most infamous pirate spread quickly throughout the colonies. Newspapers in New York and Boston reported the event on November 22, 1718, less than 2 weeks after the battle. Blackbeard was the first among the legendary pirate captains to fall in the brutal royal crackdown of the late 1710s. 2 weeks before his death, his former ally Stede Bonnet had been captured alive. After a swift trial, Bonnet was sentenced to hang and was executed in Charleston, the very port where Blackbeard had won his greatest victory, on December 10, 1718. A few months later, Benjamin Hornigold, who had returned to the sea as a pirate hunter, was lost in a storm and never seen again. In November 1720, Calico Jack Rackham, another notorious pirate, was captured in Jamaica. He was executed at Port Royal, his body hanging in chains as a warning to others. 2 famous female pirates, Mary Read and Anne Bonny, were captured alongside Calico Jack. Both were temporarily spared because they were pregnant. Bonny vanished from history. Read died in prison. Finally, Bartholomew Roberts, credited with creating the Jolly Roger flag, was killed in February 1722 in battle with the Royal Navy off Gabon, West Africa. Within just a few years after Blackbeard's death, nearly all the legendary captains of the Golden Age of Piracy had fallen. Some fled to the Indian Ocean, where pursuit was less intense. Only a few, like Henry Every, who retired in 1696 and lived quietly into the 1710s, escaped the fate of the others. By the time Bartholomew Roberts died in spring 1722, the myth of piracy had begun to take shape. Their exploits captured the imagination of the British public. And in 1724, a book was published in London, A General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates. It transformed Blackbeard into the archetypal pirate captain. The author was listed as Captain Charles Johnson, but no record has ever proven such a man existed. Many believe it was a pseudonym, and the true author may have been Daniel Defoe, writer of Robinson Crusoe, 1719. Whoever he was, the book's impact was enormous. It defined the entire modern image of the Golden Age of Piracy, from the skull and crossbones flag to the immortal legend of Blackbeard and Stede Bonnet. In the 19th century, the legend of Blackbeard was revived again. He became the central figure in Blackbeard, a page from the colonial history of Philadelphia by Matilda Douglas, and later reappeared in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island, 1883, where the character Israel Hands was named after the first mate of the Queen Anne's Revenge. In the 20th century, Blackbeard appeared throughout popular culture, from Captain Hook in J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan to Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean films. Today, Blackbeard remains the most infamous pirate captain in history, and scholars continue to study him with fascination. The story of Edward Teach, Blackbeard, stands alone in maritime history. From an unknown sailor, he rose to legend and died in fire and gunpowder, leaving behind the timeless image of the pirate. A daring, arrogant, ruthless man, yet carrying the fading glory of a lost age. If Blackbeard was the king of pirates, then the Caribbean, for centuries, was their kingdom. A realm of adventurers, heroes, and outlaws. With its hundreds of islands and treacherous coral reefs, the Caribbean was as beautiful as it was deadly. But what truly made it fearsome was that it was a lawless world. Of all the seas on Earth, none was more synonymous with piracy than the Caribbean. The Caribbean and its pirate ship, just the name alone stirs excitement, doesn't it? Who isn't fascinated by the Golden Age of Piracy? By legends like Blackbeard, Captain Kidd, Henry Morgan, and so many more? This is the Caribbean coast of Panama, where the Chagres River meets the sea. In 1671, the English pirate Henry Morgan landed here with 36 ships and nearly 2,000 men. Morgan had spent years attacking Spanish colonies across the Americas, but the mouth of the Chagres River was the true gold mine, because every treasure of the Spanish Empire had to pass through it. Spain's economy depended on the flow of precious metals, and they were always ripe for the taking. Amid these crocodile-infested waters, Henry Morgan launched what would become the greatest raid in the history of piracy. Historical records confirm the attack took place, but for centuries, no evidence was ever found beneath the sea. Pirates loved the Caribbean because it offered countless places to hide. Tiny islands, hidden coves, and the tangled coastlines of Central America. It was a paradise for outlaws. This secrecy is why archaeological traces of piracy are so rare. No one left a trail behind. Maritime archaeologist Frederick Fritz Hanselmann spent 10 years scanning the seafloor in this region, searching for traces of Morgan's legendary attack. For an archaeologist, Panama is a treasure itself. Everything happened here, especially piracy. He worked alongside Dr. James Delgado, a maritime historian who has studied Caribbean pirates for decades. And together, they found a crucial clue. It was a letter written by Henry Morgan himself, describing how his men attacked and captured Fort San Lorenzo, perched on the cliffs overlooking the Chagres River. Morgan's letter also recorded that after the battle, he was forced to abandon 5 ships, including his flagship, the Satisfaction. I met with bad fortune. The ship I was in, along with 4 others, were all lost, Morgan wrote. No one had ever found the Satisfaction, but Fritz and James were determined to try. The waters here are extremely dangerous. Riptides, shifting sands, and the deadly Lajas Reef. Mud from the surrounding rainforests drifts down into the sea, burying whatever evidence remains beneath centuries of sediment. But despite the hazards, Fritz conducted a series of sonar surveys and detected several promising targets. As the tide receded from the river mouth, carrying away layers of mud, something extraordinary emerged. Right atop the coral reef, preserved by silt for centuries, lay the remains of a ship's hull, more than 15 meters long and about 7 meters wide, matching the size and shape of a 17th century warship, perfectly consistent with the era of Henry Morgan's raid. And even more astonishing, running along the center of the ship's hull, were rows of wooden chests lined up neatly. Could these be treasure chests? Ignoring the threat of crocodiles, Fritz decided to dive down and see for himself. He located the chests, some still containing objects inside, and brought them to the lab, where an even greater discovery awaited. Inside were cargo seals, used to mark bales of silk, a luxury item, a prized treasure for any pirate. There were also sword blades, corroded but intact. Could these have once been wielded by one of Morgan's infamous crew? Yet amid the rusted metal, Fritz noticed something far more ordinary: iron horseshoes, made for pack mules used to transport silver and gold from inland mines to the ports, ready to be shipped to Spain. That wasn't something pirates would risk their lives to steal. It became clear this might not have been a pirate ship at all, but rather a supply vessel carrying swords, wooden chests, barrels, essentially a cargo ship. Fritz combed through Spanish maritime records and found a name: Encarnacion, a merchant vessel transporting supplies to the Panama colony, including crates of iron horseshoes for the mule trains. Though disappointed that he still hadn't found physical proof of Henry Morgan's famous raid, Fritz had nonetheless uncovered the reason pirates were drawn to this place. The Chagres River, the first Panama Canal, was the shortest passage between the Atlantic and the Pacific, making it the hub of Spain's entire imperial trade network, the artery through which gold, silver, and other treasures from the Americas were funneled before being shipped to Europe. While the river didn't cut entirely through the narrow isthmus of Central America, it was deep and long enough to carry Spain's riches from the interior to the coast. There, they were loaded onto smaller boats, then transferred to the great galleons waiting at the river's mouth. All of this explains why Henry Morgan brought his entire pirate fleet here, but his ships have still never been found. No silver coins, no treasure maps marked with an X. Only a letter from Henry Morgan himself, in which he confessed to losing 5 ships. Fritz continued his surveys with persistence, and in another part of the reef, he detected a new signal. Off the coast near the Lajas Reef, divers discovered strange artifacts scattered across the seabed. 8 cannons, all of different sizes. Upon closer inspection, the research team realized these were cannons from the same period, yet of different calibers and national origins. Some English, others French. If they had come from a naval warship, the guns would have been standardized, all the same size. But pirate ships were different. They used whatever weapons they could steal. These mismatched cannons perfectly fit the pirate profile. Their small size did too. They weren't powerful enough to sink a ship, but that was exactly why pirates preferred them. They didn't want to destroy their targets. They wanted to disable them, clear the decks, and seize the cargo. Some records from the period even nicknamed these small guns murderers, because they acted like giant shotguns, firing clusters of iron fragments that could wipe out a crew in seconds. In truth, one archaeologist joked, this was the 17th century version of Grand Theft Auto, except they used ships. Then, Fritz and Jim noticed a faint marking on one of the cannons, a clue that could lead to something extraordinary. One of the other guns bore a maker's mark from an English foundry, identifying it as an English falconet manufactured in the mid to late 17th century, exactly the period of Henry Morgan's attack. The cannon was still loaded, the ball lodged inside its barrel, meaning it had been ready for battle when it went down. There was no reason for an English cannon to lie on a Spanish reef in the 17th century, unless someone had gone there to cause trouble. The most logical explanation was that these cannons came from Morgan's ships. But if Morgan's guns were here, what had happened to his ships? The scattered cannons across the Lajas Reef might hold another clue. I ordered my fleet to follow me into the harbor, Morgan wrote in his letter. Perhaps a tropical storm was forming, and Morgan sought shelter in a protected bay. But it was too late. The violent waves slammed into his fleet, driving his flagship straight onto the reef. A ship is not like a car that can brake before impact, and so Morgan rammed his flagship, the Satisfaction, onto the coral, with 4 other ships following close behind, all crashing into the Lajas Reef. As the ships splintered apart, their cannons were thrown overboard. The hulls groaned. The timbers cracked like walnuts crushed in a vise. Masts snapped. Rigging tore free. Men leapt or fell from the decks. And the broadside cannons, once firmly bolted to the hull, plunged into the depths, scattering across the reef, rolling and grinding along the coral with each surge of the sea. Clearly, Morgan's ships were completely destroyed. The wooden structures had long since rotted away. But 350 years later, Fritz had found his cannons. According to Morgan's own letter, most of his crew swam safely to shore. Undeterred by the loss of his fleet, Morgan carried out an even bolder plan. The pirate of the high seas launched a land invasion, leading his men across the narrow isthmus toward the Pacific coast to attack Panama City, the Spanish colonial capital, leaving behind a trail of fire and ashes. It was a shock of seismic proportions in the Spanish court. Like a bomb exploding in Madrid, Panama had fallen. But why would a pirate, famed for lightning raids, seek to destroy the largest Spanish city in the Americas? Fritz uncovered a 17th century document that revealed the true motive of Henry Morgan: letters of marque. In reality, the English didn't call Morgan a pirate. They called him a privateer. Morgan had recruited hundreds of pirates across the Caribbean to join his raids. Thus, when they plundered, They weren't just criminals. They were acting under the authority of the British Crown. That distinction made Henry Morgan one of the wealthiest and most powerful men of his time. He may have been the most successful pirate or privateer in history, simply because he retired rich and alive, unlike Blackbeard. Across the Caribbean, other privateers followed Morgan's example, serving the king while quickly making their fortunes. Just like Fritz, Charlie Beaker from Indiana University has spent his entire life tracking the traces of another pirate as notorious as Henry Morgan, Captain William Kidd. To some, when they think of Captain Kidd, they insist perhaps he was the most infamous pirate in history. The inspiration for countless books and films, William Kidd was once one of the most successful pirates of the Caribbean. His exploits brought him wealth, fame, and fear. Charlie has devoted years to the search for Kidd's final ship, a mysterious wreck that has eluded historians for more than 3 centuries. The vessel, named Quedo Merchant, was considered a super ship of piracy, with a towering stern castle and elaborate carvings adorning its hull. Some believed it was filled with treasure when it vanished in 1699 off a small island south of the Dominican Republic. Charlie located the last recorded position of Kidd's legendary flagship. However, because the site was so close to shore, he feared that powerful waves might have destroyed crucial evidence linking the wreck to Captain Kidd. Yet even from the surface, he could already see something remarkable. Cannons. Lots of them. The discovery of 17th century cannons at the site convinced Charlie to gather more data, scanning the seabed for further clues. Soon, an extraordinary shipwreck began to reveal itself. Among the artifacts were more cannons, stacked nearly 2 meters high. Beneath them lay 3 large anchors and a pile of smaller guns, 26 in total. This vessel was clearly heavily armed, but was it really Captain Kidd's ship? Charlie needed more proof. He turned to local archives. Amid the dusty records, he uncovered a document written and signed by Captain Kidd himself. It stated that the ship carried over 20 cannons in its hold, and Charlie's site contained 25 to 26. The match was astonishing. But to conclusively identify the wreck as Kidd's legendary flagship, he needed stronger evidence. Then came a breakthrough. 2 clusters of cannons revealed the outline of where the hull once lay. Beneath them, preserved in the sediment, were fragments of wooden planking, a priceless clue. The find was so rare that Charlie Beaker hoped it might finally close the case and confirm the ship's identity. There was something unusual about the structure. The hull was made of a single outer layer of planking only. The wood fragments showed rabbeting joints, a finely crafted tongue-and-groove method of shipbuilding. It was not a European technique, nor one used anywhere in the Americas during the 17th, 18th, or 19th centuries. This was a ship of unique construction, built with extraordinary precision and craftsmanship. But where had it come from? Charlie analyzed the wood more closely. It was teak. Teak is one of the most durable, water-resistant woods on Earth, but in the 17th century, its most likely origin was India, over 8,000 miles away. What was an Indian-built ship doing in the Caribbean? Charlie dug deeper into the story of the Quedo Merchant. Back in the archives, he discovered that, like Henry Morgan, Captain Kidd was also a privateer, hired by the King of England in 1698 to attack foreign ships in the Indian Ocean. There, Kidd encountered a remarkable ship, the Quedo Merchant. It had an exceptionally tall and ornate stern, covered in intricate carvings. This was not a European ship, but one built in India. When Kidd saw that the vessel was flying a foreign flag, it became a legal target for an English privateer. He captured it, and inside he found a fortune: silk, sugar, and gold. Kidd was so taken by this magnificent and powerful prize that he decided to make it his own flagship and sail it back to the Caribbean. But then, his luck turned. He and his crew were accused of piracy. At the very first port they stopped at, the governor said, "Oh, you're being charged as a pirate." And Kidd replied, "Why am I a pirate?" Because he worked for the King of England, Captain Kidd believed that the seized ship was a lawful prize. What he didn't know was that the treasure aboard belonged to a nobleman of the Mughal emperor's court in India. Kidd's raid triggered a diplomatic crisis that threatened England's trade along the coasts of Africa and India, turning him into a serious problem for the London establishment and a wanted man. To make matters worse, he was now sailing a foreign-built ship from the Indian Ocean around the Caribbean, drawing even more attention to himself. Kidd decided to entrust the ship to a merchant for safekeeping and sailed to Boston to clear his name. But there, he was arrested and sent to London. By then, he had become a pawn in the game of international politics and no longer of any use. Convicted of piracy, he was sentenced to death. When they hanged him the first time, the rope broke. He fell to the ground, and many thought perhaps it was a sign from God, or at least a signal to reconsider. But no, they hanged him again. Then they placed his body in an iron cage and hung it by the river as a grisly warning to anyone tempted to follow his path. So what became of the glorious prize that cost a pirate his life? The Quedagh merchant? At the wreck site, small burn marks were found on some of the wooden planks. Charlie combined these clues, the matching number of cannons, the final recorded location, and the unique teak hull, to confirm that this was indeed Captain Kidd's ship and to uncover its final fate. Just before Kidd's trial, the merchant left in charge of the ship panicked. The magnificent Quedagh merchant had become a deadly liability. Not wanting to share Kidd's fate, he took what treasure he could carry and set the ship on fire. The vessel drifted quietly with the wind before sinking to its final resting place. That was the end of a true pirate ship. With its towering stern, intricate carvings, and 30 cannons, the Quedagh merchant was an irresistible temptation and a deadly destiny. But don't think the story ended there. The fall of Kidd marked a turning point in the history of Caribbean piracy. When the Crown stopped issuing privateer licenses, a large group of men, once accustomed to wealth, gold, and steady pay, suddenly had no legal way to make a living. They would not return to being low-paid sailors. So they became pirates, just as Blackbeard did. The collapse of Captain Kidd's career ushered in the Golden Age of Piracy, when dozens of former privateers stepped fully outside the law, becoming the inspiration for countless legends, from Long John Silver to Jack Sparrow and Blackbeard. And the death of Blackbeard would, in turn, mark the end of that golden age. The Caribbean Sea witnessed it all, and still keeps within its depths the traces of the men who ended the pirates' reign. Southeast of Blackbeard's former base in the Bahamas lies the remote Turks and Caicos Islands. Here, Michael Podeman, a historian, became captivated by a local legend about an 18th century shipwreck lying beyond the outer reef. Locals spoke of it with awe, the most magnificent wreck ever seen. They said, "It's the most beautiful shipwreck in the entire Caribbean." But what ship was it? Why did it sink there? And who was aboard? The wreck site lay nearly 2 hours away by boat, a dangerous journey. During hurricane season, the weather could change without warning. The harbor might seem calm, but once you reached open water, the sea could turn violent. And out there, it was truly a world apart. Michael reached a location about 7 miles southwest of the remote island of Big Sand Cay. The waves calmed just enough to allow a dive. 40 feet beneath the surface, at the edge of a jagged coral ridge, massive anchors appeared. Nearby lay a cluster of cannons, but with no trace of the ship's hull, there was no way to tell what vessel this had been. Using seafloor mapping data, Michael watched as an extraordinary underwater panorama unfolded, full of clues. Beside one coral outcrop were at least 28 cannons, arranged in a rough line. Nearby was a large pile of rectangular objects, the ship's ballast stones. Beyond that, more anchors emerged, each 15 feet long and weighing nearly 4,500 pounds. That meant the ship that sank here had to be enormous. And there was something else. All the cannons appeared to be identical. By Michael's estimation, the wreck was at least 2 centuries old. He turned to the Turks and Caicos government records, preserved in the National Museum archives, and found confirmation. In 1790, a ship had gone down at this exact location, the victim of a powerful storm. That ship belonged to the British Royal Navy. Its name was HMS Endymion. The HMS Endymion was 115 feet long, and naval engineers had designed not 1 but 2 gun decks, doubling her firepower to an impressive 44 cannons. She was an exceptionally powerful vessel for her class. She wasn't designed to fight in the main line of battle, but to operate in shallow waters, engaging smaller ships. She was a fast, heavily armed escort, a patrol ship. In other words, Endymion was a pirate hunter. In the 60 years since Blackbeard's time, the Royal Navy had become stronger than ever, defeating other European powers to claim dominance over the seas. After that, the Navy's mission was clear: eradicate piracy. The Endymion was a perfect example of how Britain ruled the Caribbean. She patrolled the islands, escorting merchant ships and attacking any pirate bold enough to appear. From Michael's research, the cause of the Endymion's sinking also became clear. On August 23, 1790, the HMS Endymion was sailing alone on the open sea, having just completed a mission protecting merchant vessels from pirates when she struck an uncharted coral reef during a violent storm. No matter how powerful she was, the ship, like so many before her, was ultimately claimed by the sea. I thought that was the end. The Caribbean had fallen quiet, the sails lowered, the sea at peace again. But just as I was about to close the journal, one name rose to the surface of my mind. Pirates didn't just sail under the skull and crossbones. They rewrote the very meaning of piracy itself. John Ward, pirate ruler behind the legends. John Ward was born sometime around 1553 near the fishing town of Faversham on England's southeast coast. In the 16th century, Kent was a hard place to grow up. The North Sea could turn from calm to murderous in an hour. Fishing meant long days, cold nights, and little profit. Ward's hands were calloused before he turned 15, his world defined by the rhythm of tides and the dull ache of hunger. Like many poor men of Elizabethan England, he knew that life ashore promised only poverty. The sea, at least, offered the chance to change one's fate. In 1585, the chance finally came. England went to war with Spain. The Spanish Empire, rich from the silver of the Americas, ruled the Atlantic, while England's navy was too small to challenge it. So Queen Elizabeth turned to a desperate solution. She issued letters of marque, legalizing private citizens to attack Spanish ships and seize their cargo. They were called privateers, state-sanctioned pirates. For men like John Ward, it was an invitation written in gold. He joined the war effort as a common sailor, trading his fishing nets for a cutlass. He likely served under one of the great sea dogs of the age, men like Sir Francis Drake or John Hawkins, who plundered Spanish galleons under the Queen's blessing. The risks were immense. Ships were wooden tinderboxes filled with gunpowder. A single spark could turn a crew of 200 into smoke. Yet the promise of prize money, sometimes enough to make a man rich for life, drew thousands. Ward proved himself quickly. Records from the Admiralty suggest he served aboard privateer vessels operating out of Plymouth and Portsmouth, raiding Spanish convoys in the Channel and the Bay of Biscay. Over nearly 18 years, he fought, sailed, and survived. He learned every trick of naval combat: how to read the wind, how to repair a mast in mid-battle, how to take a ship without sinking it. He learned, above all, that courage and cunning mattered more than noble birth. But history turned against him. When Elizabeth died in 1603, her successor James I sought peace with Spain. To the new king, privateering was an embarrassment, a relic of the chaotic Elizabethan wars. Overnight, men who had once fought for the crown were labeled outlaws. England's ports filled with unemployed sailors. Many, including Ward, were too old to start over and too proud to beg. At 50, his choices were grim: rejoin the Royal Navy for starvation wages, return to fishing, or keep fighting and risk the gallows. He chose the Navy. Ward was assigned to a ship called the Lyon's Whelp, part of a fleet stationed at Portsmouth. It was supposed to be honest work. Instead, he found corruption, hunger, and cruelty. Pay was months late, rations moldy, discipline enforced with whips and ropes' ends. Officers, most of them gentlemen who had never held an oar, treated common sailors like expendable tools. After just 2 weeks, Ward had enough. According to an account preserved in the National Archives, he was seen quarreling with his lieutenant over withheld pay, shouting that the king feeds his dogs better than his sailors. That night, in a smoky tavern near the docks, he gathered a dozen disillusioned men. Over ale and whispers, they formed a plan that would change history. They would desert. They would steal a ship, sail beyond English waters, and live free. On a moonless night, Ward led them down to Portsmouth Harbor. 2 watchmen were overpowered and gagged. They cut the mooring lines of a small bark named Violet, hoisted sail, and slipped silently into the channel. By dawn, they were out of sight of land, somewhere off the Isle of Wight. Ward called the crew together. He spoke with a voice weathered by years of storms, rough, commanding, and utterly convinced. "No more kings," he told them. "No more masters. The sea is wide enough for free men." The men voted, and unanimously chose John Ward as their captain. It was an act of mutiny punishable by death, but it also marked the birth of something new, a democracy afloat. In contrast to the rigid hierarchy of the Royal Navy, Ward's crew ran their ship by common vote. Each man shared equally in decision-making and in plunder. The seed of what would later become the Pirate Code, the Articles of Agreement signed by all crewmen, was being planted here on this stolen ship. Ward's next move was as bold as it was desperate. He steered south for the Mediterranean, the most volatile sea on Earth. At the dawn of the 17th century, the Mediterranean was a chessboard of warring empires. Christian Europe to the north, the Ottoman Empire, and Barbary states to the south. Piracy wasn't a fringe activity, it was an industry. The corsairs of Algiers, Tripoli, and Tunis raided Christian ships, taking cargo and captives. European privateers struck back in kind. The sea had no law, only opportunity. Ward knew this. He had spent decades watching how the Spanish treasure routes worked, how convoys moved, how coastal defenses failed. The Mediterranean was rich, crowded, and riddled with politics. If he could survive the first few months, he might never know poverty again. His first prize came quickly, a 32-gun number 32-gun Dutch flyboat, fast, heavily built, and perfect for long voyages. Ward attacked with calculated aggression, firing a few broadsides before boarding. Rather than slaughter the Dutch crew, he spared them, forcing them to take his smaller ship and sail home. He renamed the captured vessel Gift, and with that, John Ward's career as a Mediterranean pirate officially began. In the months that followed, he prowled the sea between Sicily, Malta, and Crete, targeting merchant ships loaded with silks, cotton, velvet, indigo, spices, the lifeblood of Venetian and Genoese commerce. Contemporary Venetian archives describe an English corsair with uncanny knowledge of wind and current, attacking without warning and vanishing into the haze. But every pirate needs a port, and that was Ward's next problem. He first tried Algiers, then one of the busiest corsair hubs of North Africa, but his timing was disastrous. Another English pirate had recently raided Algiers harbor, killing several local sailors. When Ward sailed in, the guards recognized his accent and arrested him on the spot. He narrowly escaped execution by bribing officials with the last of his plunder, losing everything but his ship. So he sailed east to Tunis, where fate intervened in the form of Kara Osman Dey, the ruler of the city and leader of its powerful corsair guild. Kara Osman was no fool. He saw in Ward an asset, a seasoned English seaman with modern ships and a crew desperate for work. Their arrangement was simple. Kara Osman would invest in Ward's fleet, providing men, weapons, and safe harbor. In return, Ward would share a quarter of his loot and sell the stolen goods back through the Dey's merchant networks. Ironically, often to English traders who never asked where the goods came from. Thus began one of the strangest alliances in maritime history. An English renegade and an Ottoman corsair united by greed and genius. Under the protection of Kara Osman Dey, Ward's fortunes rose faster than even he could have imagined. In the bustling harbors of Tunis, where the smell of tar, spices, and camel dung hung in the air, he found his new kingdom. Ships from every corner of the Mediterranean gathered here: Venetian traders, Genoese merchants, Ottoman corsairs, and English smugglers pretending to be diplomats. Ward was one of them now, yet something about him unsettled both worlds. To Christians, he was a traitor. To Muslims, a useful outsider. To himself, he was finally free. He began rebuilding his fleet. His first prize under Tunisian colors was a small merchant ship called the John the Baptist, captured in 1606 somewhere off the Sicilian coast. He renamed it Little John, a cheeky nod to Robin Hood's loyal companion, the outlaw hero who stole from the rich to give to the poor. The name wasn't accidental. Ward cultivated the image of a rogue with honor. An Englishman who defied corrupt kings and Spanish merchants alike. And somehow, people believed it. When he offered the captured sailors a chance to join him, rather than rot in chains, most accepted. Some were English, some Dutch, others Muslim oarsmen freed from Venetian galleys. Within months, Ward's ships had become a floating microcosm of the 17th century world, a strange brotherhood of languages, faiths, and desperation. Historians like Dr. Joe Ezra from the University of Plymouth describe Ward's charisma as magnetic. He had the rare gift of making men feel part of something greater than themselves. On deck, discipline was strict but fair. Loot was divided according to a written code. Ward's articles, some of the earliest pirate contracts ever recorded in the Mediterranean. Those who lost limbs in battle received compensation, while cowardice or theft was punishable by marooning on a barren shore with a single pistol. One shot for survival or mercy. With Kara Osman's backing, Ward began targeting larger prey. Venetian and Genoese ships heavy with silk, indigo, and spices. In 1607, his fleet, the Little John, the Gift, the Ruby, and the Carminati, patrolled the busy trade routes of the Adriatic. Ward now commanded more than 400 men, armed with dozens of cannons, muskets, and boarding axes. He had become a corsair admiral, the very thing he once fought against. The port of Tunis became his second home. With his newfound wealth, Ward rented a marble townhouse overlooking the harbor. His men drank in taverns, brawled with locals, and spent their pay on wine, opium, and women. Yet despite the chaos, the partnership between Ward and Kara Osman thrived. The Dey received a cut from every captured cargo, storing the loot in guarded warehouses before selling it through the same European merchants who had once condemned piracy. The hypocrisy was almost poetic. Christian traders growing rich off the spoils of Christian ships. But Ward wasn't satisfied. Like all great outlaws, he needed a masterpiece, a feat so audacious that it would secure his place in legend. That chance came on April 26, 1607. Sailing near the island of Zante, Ward sighted a colossal Venetian merchantman, the Reniera e Soderina, one of the largest ships in the Mediterranean, armed with 30 guns and laden with silks, spices, and luxury goods worth an estimated £2 million sterling, roughly $500 million today. The Soderina was considered unsinkable. Even the corsairs of Algiers avoided it. Ward attacked anyway. The morning was calm. A light wind drifted over the water, not enough to move the heavy Venetian vessel, but perfect for Ward's lighter, faster ships. He ordered the Little John to circle wide and the Gift to approach from leeward. Then came the signal, a single cannon blast that echoed across the sea. Ward's ships closed in like wolves. The first volley of cannon fire shattered the Soderina's hull. Venetian gunners returned fire, but their massive guns couldn't swivel fast enough. For 3 relentless hours, Ward harassed them, striking, withdrawing, and striking again, each maneuver timed with surgical precision. Finally, he gave the order for a chain shot. 2 cannonballs linked by a length of iron chain. The shot tore through the ship's rigging, snapping masts and flinging men from the yards like broken dolls. When the Soderina was crippled, Ward boarded. His men climbed the shattered hull, muskets blazing, cutlasses flashing. The Venetians fought bravely, but the outcome was inevitable. Within minutes, the proud merchant flagship was his. Standing on its deck amid the wreckage, Ward reportedly laughed and said, "Tell the King of England, if he reigns on land, I shall reign at sea." It was the declaration of a man who had truly become a king without a crown. The capture of the Reniera e Soderina sent shockwaves across Europe. Venice, one of the richest republics on earth, had been humiliated by an English outlaw. Their ambassadors demanded justice from King James I, furious that an Englishman under Ottoman protection had dared attack them. The king, still trying to preserve his fragile peace with Spain and the Italian states, was livid. To avoid war, James ordered a fleet of pirate hunters into the Mediterranean. At the same time, Ward, realizing his fame had turned toxic, tried to negotiate a royal pardon. He loaded part of the Soderina's loot onto an English merchant ship, the Husband, bound for London, hoping to bribe his way back into the king's favor. It was a clever plan, but Venice was one step ahead. Their spies intercepted the Husband as it neared England, seizing the cargo and presenting it as proof of Ward's crimes. The negotiations collapsed instantly. King James declared him an outlaw and forbade any English port from giving him aid. Ward would never see England again. Back in Tunis, the consequences were catastrophic. Without royal protection, Ward was a man adrift between worlds. Yet instead of fleeing, he doubled down. He converted the captured Soderina into a floating fortress, mounting 70 brass guns, more than most naval ships of the day. Historians believe it may have been one of the largest pirate vessels ever built. In early 1608, he set sail once more, raiding the coasts of Italy and France. But hubris has always been the sea's favorite meal. During a violent storm off the coast of Crete, the Soterina broke apart. More than 400 men, 250 Englishmen, and 150 North African sailors drowned. Ward escaped in a smaller vessel, rescued by one of his escorts. To the people of Tunis, it was unthinkable. Their sons and husbands gone, while the foreign captain survived. The mood turned. Streets that once cheered his name now whispered curses. Ward retreated into his marble mansion, hiding behind the Dey's guards. He could have run. Instead, he made a decision no one saw coming. In 1610, Ward publicly converted to Islam, taking the name Yusuf Reis, Captain Joseph. His conversion shocked both worlds. To the English, it was unforgivable apostasy. To the Ottomans, it was a pragmatic gesture of loyalty. The calendar of state papers, Venice, 1610, records the scandal with barely disguised outrage. John Ward, once an Englishman, hath turned Turk and doth now command the ships of Tunis against Christendom. Historians disagree on his motives. Some, like Mark Hanna of UC San Diego, argue it was a survival tactic, the only way to maintain favor with Kara Osman and avoid assassination. Others believe he genuinely admired the discipline and sophistication of Ottoman society compared to the hypocrisy of Europe. Whatever the reason, the transformation was complete. The poor fisherman from Kent had become a Muslim admiral, commanding corsair fleets that terrorized Christian shipping across the Mediterranean. In England, pamphlets called him the Arch-Pirate and the English Turk. One playwright even turned his story into a sensational drama titled A Christian Turned Turk, 1612, depicting Ward's conversion as both horrifying and fascinating, a symbol of England's moral anxiety about empire, religion, and loyalty. After his conversion, John Ward, now Yusuf Reis, was no longer merely a pirate. He had become a symbol. In London, pamphlets denounced him as the English Turk who betrayed Christendom. To Protestant England, he was an abomination, proof that greed could corrupt even the Queen's finest sailors. But in the ports of Tunis, Algiers, and Tripoli, he was something else entirely. A living legend, the Christian who had mastered the sea and chosen the winning side. The Ottoman governors along the North African coast quickly realized Ward's value. He possessed decades of naval experience from the English Channel and the Atlantic, knowledge few corsairs had ever seen. He could read the stars, command in storm winds, and build ships that didn't depend on slaves at the oars. Where most Barbary fleets relied on galleys, narrow, oar-driven vessels ideal for the calm Mediterranean, Ward introduced square-rigged sailing ships, the kind that had conquered oceans. This was revolutionary. Before Ward, corsairs were coastal hunters, confined to the inner sea. Under his guidance, they began to venture beyond Gibraltar, raiding as far north as Ireland, England, and even Iceland. For the first time, Europe's own technology had been turned against it. Ward became, in effect, the admiral of a private navy. Contemporary Venetian sources describe him commanding 4 ships, well-armed and manned by hundreds. His influence spread so widely that by 1612, almost every major corsair port in North Africa possessed at least one ship modeled after his design. Yet behind the power and the money, Ward remained a contradiction. At 55, the former fisherman from Kent now lived like a pasha. He moved into a grand villa in Tunis, its courtyard paved with marble, its walls inlaid with alabaster. A Scottish traveler, William Lithgow, who visited him in 1616, described him as a man of 60 years, stout and ruddy, His halls beautified with marble, his tables filled with silver plate, his gardens filled with peacocks and songbirds. Lithgow noted, with equal parts fascination and disgust, that Ward spent his days playing with hens and seeking to hatch their eggs in camel's dung. It was the portrait of a man who had survived too long to still care about appearances. He drank heavily, a vice tolerated even in Muslim Tunis, where the Dey himself enjoyed wine behind closed doors. He had married a local woman, taken the name Yusuf formally, and reportedly continued to send money to his English wife back home. His life had become a strange collage, part corsair admiral, part eccentric retiree, part political asset. But the shadow of England never left him. King James's court continued to receive letters from Venetian ambassadors demanding Ward's head. When the playwright Robert Dayborn staged A Christian-Turned-Turk in 1612, audiences in London gasped at the scene of his circumcision, symbolizing his total rejection of English identity. It was shocking, grotesque, and mesmerizing. The moral was simple. This is what happens when a man sells his soul for gold. Ironically, the play only made Ward more famous. Young sailors across Europe began calling him the Sea King. Others followed his path, sailing for the Barbary States and converting to Islam for safety or profit. By the 1620s, European records estimated that nearly half of the corsairs operating out of Algiers and Tunis were converts, renegades from England, France, or Holland. Ward had not only escaped his old life, he had exported it. Still, the sea always exacts payment. In 1608, his pride, the Reniera Sodorina, had gone down in a storm, drowning hundreds. Though Ward survived, Tunis never forgot. The men lost had been sons and brothers of the city's elite. The fact that the English captain lived while so many Muslims perished was an open wound. Even years later, Ward avoided public appearances, traveling under heavy guard. He compensated by offering gifts to the Dey and the mosque: gold, weapons, even captured prisoners. Yet the whispers persisted. When an outbreak of plague swept through Tunis in 1622, Ward was already old and frail. He died in his villa at about 70 years of age, surrounded, according to one later account, by his household servants and a few surviving crewmates who had followed him since the gift. The English chroniclers called it poetic justice. The pirate who had defied kings and popes, finally defeated by an invisible enemy. But among the corsairs, his passing was something else entirely. They buried him quietly, somewhere near the old port walls. No tombstone, no Christian cross, no Quranic inscription, just the sound of gulls and the sea he had ruled for half a lifetime. And yet, his story didn't end there. The men Ward trained, the ones who had learned the art of sailing from him, carried his legacy into the next century. Under Ottoman patronage, corsair fleets grew bolder. Between 1620 and 1700, North African raiders reached as far north as the English Channel. In 1631, corsairs sailing Ward's very ship designs attacked the Irish village of Baltimore, capturing more than 100 men, women, and children. They were sold in the slave markets of Algiers and Tunis, a grim echo of the lessons he had taught. Contemporary reports estimated that between 1530 and 1780, over 1 million Europeans were enslaved in North Africa. Some were ransomed, others converted, many vanished entirely. In England, pamphlets raged at the hypocrisy. While Parliament condemned the enslavement of Christians by Turks, English merchants were simultaneously trafficking Africans across the Atlantic. Ward's legacy had become a mirror, reflecting Europe's own moral contradictions. To his countrymen, he died an infidel. To the Ottomans, he was a useful weapon. To historians, He remains one of the first men to blur the line between piracy, politics, and identity. His legend lived on in songs and ballads, passed from port to port. One famous verse, printed in London decades after his death, imagined him standing proudly on the deck of his captured flagship, taunting his homeland. "Go tell the King of England, go tell him thus from me, if he reigns king of all the land, then I shall reign at sea." It was a boast that transcended treason. Because in the end, John Ward, fisherman, privateer, deserter, corsair, admiral, and apostate, had done the impossible. He had escaped poverty, survived every storm, outlived every king, and built a floating empire without ever owning a nation. And 4 centuries later, his ghost still sails on, hidden beneath the face of fiction's most charming rogue, the real Captain Jack Sparrow. When we watch Pirates of the Caribbean or One Piece, it's easy to dream. The sea looks endless, the ships are perfect, and freedom seems only a sail away. Every boy, at least once, imagines raising a black flag and chasing the horizon. No masters, no rules, just wind and will. But the truth? The real life of a pirate was nothing like that dream. There were no orchestras swelling as they set sail, no treasures waiting neatly buried beneath palm trees. Only hunger, disease, and the unrelenting rhythm of survival. Beyond the horizon, where laws faded, pirates built their own world, one that was neither noble nor purely evil. They were not cartoon villains or romantic rebels, but desperate men, sometimes heroes, sometimes monsters, who carved a floating society out of chaos. And in that world of creaking timbers and salt-stained decks, they created something few nations ever managed. A brutal, fleeting, but strangely organized democracy. To live as a pirate during the Golden Age of Piracy, roughly between 1650 and 1730, was not to live a life of glory or treasure hunts, as modern myths would suggest. It was a life forged through desperation, chance, and survival. Few chose it willingly. Most were pushed into it by poverty, injustice, war, or the unrelenting hierarchy of the Royal Navy. The pirates' world was not a boy's adventure, but a harsh economic reality, a response to a world that had given them no other choice. The composition of a pirate crew revealed this truth. When naval authorities captured pirate vessels in the early 1700s, they found crews made up of former Navy sailors, escaped slaves, deserters, craftsmen, failed doctors, and even former tax collectors. A pirate ship was, in essence, a refuge for the unwanted. A place where social class collapsed, and the only currency that mattered was strength, skill, and loyalty. A reformed pirate writing in 1704 described it best. "The sea welcomes all who dare to sail it, just as pirates accept any who can pull their weight, regardless of birthplace or beliefs." Yet what truly separated these floating outlaws from the naval and merchant ships of their time was not merely who they were, but how they operated. While the Royal Navy functioned under strict hierarchy, where common sailors were little more than expendable labor and officers ruled through fear, pirate ships ran on a form of rough democracy. The captain was not a monarch. He was an elected leader, a commander who held authority only as long as the crew trusted his judgment. Pirates formalized this unique structure through articles of agreement, documents that every crew member signed before setting sail. These articles outlined everything: the division of plunder, compensation for injuries, and the rules governing punishment and behavior aboard the ship. If a man lost a hand in combat, he received 600 pieces of 8. If he lost a leg, 800. In a world where a skilled dock worker might earn 70 pieces of 8 for an entire year's labor, these payments were nothing short of revolutionary. In a sense, pirates had invented their own social contract, one that protected its workers better than most governments did. Daily decision-making also reflected this democratic order. When a target appeared on the horizon, the crew voted on whether to pursue it. The quartermaster, not the captain, handled the division of loot and discipline of men. On at least one recorded occasion, a captain sought to attack a heavily armed merchant ship in 1718. His crew voted against it. He accepted their decision without question. On a naval vessel, that kind of defiance would have been punished by flogging or execution. On a pirate ship, it was part of the system. This form of democracy did not stem from idealism, but from necessity. A crew that felt ownership in their ship fought harder and complained less. But there was no illusion of kindness. Pirate codes were brutally enforced. Theft from the communal treasure could result in marooning, being left on a deserted island with a single pistol and one shot. A death sentence as lonely as it was certain. Pirate justice was quick, absolute, and final. Among the most striking aspects of pirate life was its diversity. While the Atlantic world was driven by slavery and racial hierarchies, pirate ships often functioned differently. Many offered equal shares of loot to black crew members, and some allowed them to rise through the ranks. Historians estimate that as many as 1 in 3 pirates were black, some formerly enslaved, others free men seeking equality that land-based society denied them. A few even commanded ships of their own along the Caribbean coast. Though rare, female pirates also existed, most famously Anne Bonny and Mary Red, who disguised themselves as men to fight alongside their crewmates. Contemporary witnesses noted their ferocity in battle. During one confrontation, when male crew members cowered below deck, one of the women shouted, "Come up and fight like men," a moment that, in its raw defiance, encapsulated the strange equality found only in piracy. The loyalty that bound these crews was not to any nation or monarch, but to one another, to what they called the Brotherhood of the Coast. They greeted each other with a simple question: "Are you one of us?" It was both an oath and a warning. But while legend paints their lives as thrilling and romantic, the daily reality of piracy was harsh and monotonous. Life at sea demanded constant labor, and the line between order and chaos was always thin. A typical day began at sunrise. The quartermaster, the second in command, roused the crew, shouting or kicking men awake if needed. There were no fixed watches like in the Navy. Pirates adapted their routines to necessity. The ship's carpenters repaired leaks and patched timbers. Navigators checked the compass and course. Gunners cleaned and greased their cannons. Everyone, regardless of rank, scrubbed the deck. They used holy stones, blocks of sandstone, and seawater to scrub away salt and slime. The work was brutal, done on hands and knees under a relentless tropical sun. The expression, "between the devil and the deep blue sea," originated from this very labor, the devil being the hardest seam on the deck to clean. Maintenance was endless. Canvas sails wore down quickly under sun and storm. Crews repaired rips, applied tar and tallow for waterproofing, and checked every line. A weak stitch could doom the ship. One pirate later confessed that he'd rather people think he had killed 15 men than know he spent 3 hours sewing a mainsail. Meals were basic and often revolting. Pirates survived mostly on hardtack, a rock-hard biscuit made from flour and salt, so dry it could break teeth if not soaked in rum or beer. Salted pork or beef, crawling with maggots, was common fare. Fresh food was rare. Scurvy, the result of vitamin C deficiency, was a constant threat. Smart captains raided coastal plantations for citrus fruits almost as eagerly as they raided merchant ships for gold. Cooking was dangerous aboard a wooden ship. Fires were confined to a small galley hearth filled with sand or bricks. The ship's cook, often a disabled sailor, prepared what he could: boiled meat, peas, or beans. and sometimes used stolen spices to disguise the rot. Fresh water was more precious than gold. Stored in wooden barrels, it quickly turned foul, covered in algae and a film of slime. Pirates guarded it with their lives. One 18th century account recorded that 3 men were executed for drinking extra rations during a drought. Weapons needed the same constant attention. Salt air, rusted iron, and corroded gun barrels. Crews spent hours cleaning pistols, sharpening cutlasses, and drying gunpowder in the sun. A single spark of moisture could mean death in combat. When the day's labor ended, the crew turned to gambling and storytelling. Dice and cards were common, though high-stakes betting was discouraged to prevent fights. Some played makeshift games carved into wooden boards. These moments of leisure were rare glimpses of humanity amid the monotony. Privacy did not exist. The toilet, or the head, was simply a hole at the bow of the ship. Bathing was a luxury reserved for rainstorms. Many went months without washing. Some scrubbed themselves with sand and seawater as a crude form of exfoliation. The stench aboard a pirate ship was legendary. Merchant sailors often claimed they could smell pirates before they saw them. One British captain wrote in 1718 that he surrendered not to their cannons, but to their odor. Sleep came in short bursts. Crews slept in hammocks strung inches apart, the air thick with heat, sweat, and salt. Personal possessions fit inside small wooden chests no larger than a suitcase. Yet for all its hardship, many preferred this life to the world they'd left behind. On land, they faced poverty, slavery, or execution. At sea, at least, they had a voice and a share. Then came the hunt. Contrary to popular imagination, pirates did not wander the seas, attacking every ship in sight. The hunt was a calculated act, built on intelligence and timing. Information was as valuable as cannon fire. Pirates bribed harbor officials, barmaids, and even merchants to learn which ships carried sugar, rum, tobacco, or gold. Court records from the 1720s show that nearly 20% of captured pirates implicated respectable businessmen as silent partners in their trade. One condemned pirate told a judge, "The only difference between us and them is that we admit it." Maps and navigation were weapons too. Not the treasure maps of fiction, but charts marked with shipping lanes, ocean currents, and naval patrol routes. They identified choke points like the Windward Passage between Cuba and Hispaniola, or the Bahamas Straits, where ships from Europe and the Americas converged. By lurking in these bottlenecks, pirates could increase their odds of finding prey from once a fortnight to nearly every day. They preferred intimidation over combat. The ideal prize was a merchant ship heavy with cargo but light on courage. They approached flying false flags, often French or Spanish colors, until close enough to strike. Then came the reveal: the black flag, the skulls, the hourglasses, the bleeding hearts, symbols that meant surrender now or die. A single warning shot across the bow was usually enough. Most pirates sailed sloops and brigantines, small, fast vessels capable of outmaneuvering larger ships. They were stripped of luxury, optimized for pursuit. Their shallow keels let them slip into hidden inlets where naval warships couldn't follow. A successful sloop might take 40 prizes in a single year. If battle came, it was short and furious. Pirates did not want to sink ships, they wanted them intact. Their goal was profit, not destruction. A cannonball through the hull meant losing the cargo and the payday. So they aimed for the rigging, shredding sails and snapping masts to immobilize their prey. Once disabled, the merchant ship was boarded. Grappling hooks flew, ropes tightened, and the pirates swarmed. It was chaos. Smoke, screams, the crack of pistols. Some pirates bound slow-burning fuses into their beards to appear wreathed in fire and smoke. Their weapon of choice, the cutlass, was short, heavy, and ideal for close combat. Flintlock pistols, unreliable at range, were carried in multiples, not for accuracy, but for terror. One merchant sailor said, "They could miss 6 times before I could reload once." Fighting rarely lasted more than 15 minutes. The psychological impact, the black flag, the smoke, the shouting, usually broke a crew's will long before blades did. Surgeons aboard pirate ships were often captured professionals offered amnesty in exchange for service. Wounds were cleaned with rum or seawater, sealed with tar, and amputations performed in minutes. Pirates even offered compensation for injuries, an incentive that kept morale high, but victory brought its own dangers. Captured crews almost always outnumbered their captors. To maintain control, pirates immediately separated officers from sailors, offering the latter a choice: join or rot in the hold. Roughly a third of all pirates began their careers this way, converts born of desperation rather than ideology. Despite the violence, most pirates preferred surrender to slaughter. Killing wasted manpower and risked damaging cargo. They lived by a simple rule: better to terrify than to destroy. Still, every man aboard knew how his story would likely end. The average pirate's career lasted 2 to 3 years. Capture was inevitable. Trials were swift, often lasting less than a day, and conviction nearly certain. Executions were public, designed to terrify. Pirates were hanged at harbor entrances, their bodies left in iron cages until 3 tides had washed over them. The corpses were then tarred and displayed as warnings to all who passed. The myths that came later, buried treasure, walking the plank, parrots, and peg legs, were inventions of storytellers, not reality. In truth, pirates spent their loot almost immediately on drink, women, or gambling. Only 2 verified cases of buried treasure exist in historical record. Even the romantic notion of pirate brotherhood had limits. Nearly 60% of captured captains were betrayed by their own men in exchange for clemency or reward money. When the gallows loomed, loyalty vanished. And yet, their legacy endures. For all their cruelty and lawlessness, pirates represented something intoxicating. The idea that a man could live beyond the reach of kings, that freedom, however fleeting, was worth the price. They lived at the edge of civilization, between the devil and the deep blue sea, and for a brief, brutal moment in history, they ruled it. Anyway, don't click away just yet. I just remembered something. I once stumbled on this interview with a historian, and he answered every single question about real pirates that I bet you've wondered too. Like, why did they wear an eye patch? Where did that weird pirate accent even come from? Because there's no way people actually talked like that. Trust me, after hearing his answers, you'll realize that a lot of what we've seen in pirate movies all these years are total lies. I'll tell you exactly what he said. Don't judge me. The historian Angus Constam. Question 1. Where did the pirate accent come from? Because, come on, there's no way people actually talked like that, right? I'm pretty sure Angus Constam has heard this question 100 times before. He answered, it was invented by the actor Robert Newton when he did the Walt Disney film Treasure Island back in 1950. He used his native Somerset accent and embellished it a bit. And that created the sound of the pirate, essentially. It's a great accent, but it's just one actor's view of what a pirate would sound like. Pirates would have come from just about any port in Britain or Europe or even colonial America. When Robert Newton chose that accent, he'd no idea that 60, 70, 80 years later, people would still be using it as the official pirate accent. It shows you the power and the impact of that film at the time and how it captured people's imaginations. Question 2. Why are pirates called pirates? Another classic question. Angus Constam explained. Pirates really comes from a Greek word which means to attack or to rob. Pirates existed as far back as the ancient Egyptians, and then when the Romans came along, pirates essentially meant a sea robber. They had whole naval patrols out trying to hunt down pirates. Famously, Pompey the Great organized a sweep through the Mediterranean to capture all the pirates he found. And they were using the term then, so it's kind of stuck. Question 3. What's your favorite rule of the pirate code? Angus Constam had a surprisingly thoughtful answer. He said, "We have a few examples of pirate codes. Now, they're really codes of conduct within the ship to govern how the pirates operate on board the ship. I like the fact that they're very democratic. For instance, how any plunder is held in common by the pirates and divided up. They also have ones that give you an idea of what life was like on board. Basic things like no candles while you're gambling and drinking below decks. That's a very sensible one. Knock over a candle in a wooden ship and all hell breaks loose." Question 4. What do pirates do for fun? A fair question. After all, you can't plunder every day. Angus Constam answered, "We don't know an awful lot about what pirates did on board. But we have a few records from merchant captains taken prisoner and held on board pirate ships. There was a lot of card playing and an awful lot of drinking. Pirates, essentially, every time they looted a ship with drink on it, they would lay into the stuff. Ships carrying things like Madeira wine were regularly imported to colonial America. Pirates were well stocked with drink, but also an awful lot of just lying around looking bored because they were waiting for a victim. That involved a lot of long passages at sea, doing very little." Question 5. I wonder if pirates really did use wooden peg legs. Or is that just folklore? I mean, they must have gotten some nasty splinters, right? Angus Constam smiled at that one and replied, "Often, people with peg legs were used as kooks, just as Long John Silver was in Treasure Island. Peg legs are probably the only kind of prosthetic available. As for splinters, yeah, I'm sure that happened." Question 6. What's the most famous real pirate in history? Angus Constam didn't even have to think twice. He said, "There's a lot to choose from. Probably the instantly iconic pirate is Blackbeard, Edward Teach, instantly recognizable. He did things like blockade Charleston, which really upset the apple cart in colonial America. People didn't know where he was going to attack next. And for a short period, merchant ships wouldn't even go to sea for fear of being attacked by pirates. His parents owned a plantation in Jamaica. They were well off, but he got the bug when he was a privateer. He obviously liked it. He was good at it. And so when he grabbed the chance, he went out pirating on his own account." Question 7. Weren't pirates democratic? Like, could they really overthrow their captains? Angus Constam nodded. This was one of the most fascinating truths about pirate life. Pirates were very democratic. At the time, we're speaking about the early 18th century, it was a very strained, constricted sort of lifestyle, ruled by the church, ruled by laws. Pirates were rebelling against that. They were rebelling against tyrannical merchant captains who could have them flogged or even killed without any recourse to the law. They could vote in a captain they liked and vote out one who didn't suit their needs. And that happened several times. If the pirates weren't happy, they'd call a meeting and decide if the captain should stay or go. Pirate captains like Charles Vane were deposed by their own crew. He and the few men who still supported him were shoved onto another ship and told to fend for themselves, while the pirates elected a new captain, in this case, Jack Rackham, who sailed off to continue his piratical career somewhere else. Question 8. Wait, So pirates never actually made people walk the plank? Angus Constam laughed. There's no real evidence that pirates ever did. That whole idea came from J.M. Barrie, who wrote Peter Pan. Barrie used the plot device of walking the plank just to add dramatic impact to his story. Because really, pirates wouldn't bother sticking a plank out and making people walk it, except in fiction. Normally, a pirate would just cut your throat and throw your body overboard, and there's plenty of examples of that happening. Pirates could be nasty. Some, like George Lowther, made a name for being almost psychopathically vicious. They'd often pick on the captain of a captured ship, a symbol of authority, a Seawater, and torture him just to make his life miserable before finally killing him and tossing him into the sea. Question 9. So, you're telling me Jack Sparrow wasn't a real pirate? Angus Constam smiled. He's definitely been asked this one before. Well, no. He was a character, beautifully played by Johnny Depp. His inspiration for it was largely Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, because he liked that crumpled but dynamic look. Johnny Depp just took that, embellished it, and ran with it, just like Robert Newton did all those years before with Treasure Island. He's actually basing his look not just on Keith Richards, but on real pirates. Look at the hair. That's straight from Edward Teach, better known as Blackbeard. He's got a captain's coat, the kind of fancy coat a pirate captain would wear. A bit shabby, but stylish. The sort of thing they'd steal off a merchant ship. The whole thing is exaggerated, of course. But underneath it all, there's a trace of real pirate authenticity. And another thing with Johnny Depp, he's always a bit drunk. Well, pirates did steal a lot of rum from ships. Question 10. What's the difference between a privateer and a pirate? A question that gets to the heart of how piracy really worked. In times of war, governments issued what were called letters of marque. Basically a legal license to become a government-approved pirate. For instance, during Queen Anne's War, anyone could apply for a letter of marque. If they had the money to outfit a ship and hire a crew, they were free to hunt down enemy vessels. Anytime they captured an enemy ship, it was brought back to port and sold legally. The government took its cut, usually about 20%, and the rest of the profit was divided among the investors and the crew. The problem came when the war ended. Those licenses expired, and suddenly all those skilled, battle-hardened sailors were out of work. Many had no interest in going back to the brutal life of ordinary merchant seamen, poor pay, harsh discipline, and no freedom. So they kept doing what they knew best. The difference is simple. A privateer attacked only enemy ships under government sanction. A pirate attacked everyone. They didn't care about flags or treaties, only profit. Around 1713 to 1714, after the wars ended, piracy exploded across the Caribbean, the American coastline, and even the West African coast. That era, what we now call the Golden Age of Piracy, wasn't golden for anyone except the pirates themselves. Question 11. Why is it basically impossible to watch Pirates of the Caribbean without craving rum? Angus Constam said. Made perfect sense. Rum and the Caribbean go hand in hand. The main trading good across much of the Caribbean was sugar, and sugar was used to make rum. Pirates spent most of their time operating in those waters, raiding ships loaded with barrels of the stuff. So naturally, they captured rum and drank it. That's how the two became inseparable, pirates and rum. It wasn't just part of the legend. It was part of their daily survival strategy, and probably the reason most of them were half drunk most of the time. Question 12. Get out of here with your misogyny. There are plenty of female pirates in One Piece who were inspired by real-life women. Angus Constam said, there are not many examples of female pirates. But in the contemporary, very strict society of the 18th century, that whole idea that women would become pirates and go to sea, that was truly shocking and sensational. So people loved it. Anne Bonny and Mary Read were part of a pirate crew, one of Captain Calico Jack Rackham. They both dressed like men and fought and drank, and did all the things other pirates did. Anne Bonny was recruited first. She was probably the lover of Jack Rackham. At least that's what the records suggest. And then Mary Read, who was a friend of hers, joined as well. They weren't just going along for the ride. They were full-on cutthroat pirates. And they, in the last battle before they were captured, were the only ones who were able to put up a real fight. Mainly because the men had all been drinking. When Jack Rackham's ship was captured off the western end of Jamaica, they were taken to Port Royal as prisoners and thrown in jail. It was a sensation that shocked the world that women would be pirates. Almost all the crew were taken away and hung. But Anne Bonny and Mary Read, they both pleaded that they were pregnant, and they managed to throw themselves on the leniency of the court. And they got away with it. Question 13. How does one get an access code to become a pirate? Angus Constam answered, "You needed to be a sailor. Landlubbers were of no use. Pirates were merchant seamen. If they mutinied against a nasty tyrannical captain and took over a ship, that was one of the first access codes to becoming a pirate. The other one is, once pirates were at sea, they captured a merchant ship. They'd often ask the crew, 'Do you want to join us?' That's a big step though, because once they do, they couldn't go home. They couldn't go back to their families. That was it. They were a pirate until they died." Question 14. What did pirates do before sunscreen? Angus Constam laughed. "We have accounts of them using tallow, the stuff they used to grease ropes. They often put that on their faces to block themselves from the sun. But what pirates tended to do is have a very big straw hat." Question 15. Has any pirate treasure been found? Angus Constam answered, "Buried treasure, that's a modern invention. That was a main plot in Treasure Island, written by Robert Louis Stevenson. Pirate treasure. Well, there probably is some out there. It's probably lost by accident. Because anytime they captured a ship, often it didn't have treasure on board. They were capturing the regular merchant ships of the time, so they would have things like rum, sugar, or clothing. The only occasion when treasure was buried that I know of is when Captain Kidd came back to New York from his pirating exploits in the Indian Ocean. He wasn't sure how he'd be received, so he buried his treasure on the coast of Long Island, just outside New York, and then went into the city to see the governor. It didn't really work out for him. He was immediately arrested, interrogated, and had to reveal where the treasure was. Question 16. What's an average pirate's life expectancy? Hollywood seems to give the idea that they can be old and grizzled. Angus Constam answered, life expectancy at the time. We're speaking about the early 18th century. For a seaman, it was fairly short. A lot of pirates were young, teenagers, or in their 20s. You knew you were eventually going to be captured, hunted down, and executed. So the chances of being old and grizzled and retiring as a pirate, kind of slim. Question 17. I wonder why pirates are associated with parrots and what started the trend. Parrots are exotic creatures. They were novelties in Europe. Any seaman in the Caribbean would pick up things like parrots and take them home to sell as exotic pets. Question 18. I wonder why they gave Blackbeard his name. He's not the only one with a black beard, or was he the only one at the time? Angus Constam answered, here's a picture of Blackbeard at the time. He was described with a great big beard, often tied up with ribbons. He also had bits of burning slow match, used to fire guns, basically burning cord, stuck under his hat to make him look more ferocious. So he looked kind of satanic, and that's exactly what pirates wanted. Question 19. What did pirates wear? Angus Constam answered. What we've kind of established nowadays as the pirate look was essentially not worn at the time at all. It was created by an American artist, Howard Pyle, in the late 19th century, who did a lot of illustrations for kids' books. Before he did these children's books, Howard Pyle studied Spanish guerrillas, and he had lots of sketches of them with headscarves, the whole look. And he said, right, that's a great look for pirates. Here's an example of what pirates actually dressed like. They wore the clothes of seamen at the time. They were, after all, sailors. So they'd have shirts, they'd have sun hats. Very popular is the tricorn, like this. I wish these came back into fashion. I love these things. But that's not that practical on a ship. What they'd often wear is something like a woolly hat. You see them wearing little bowler hats, or hats like this. Sensible, comfortable clothes, even shorts. Question 20. What sort of weapons did pirates use? Angus Constam answered. Of course, they wanted to capture a ship without having to fight on the decks. There's a risk they could be killed. The ship could be damaged, the very ship they were trying to capture, and all that plunder on board would be lost to them if it sank. When pirates captured ships, they often took the guns from it and kept them on board their own ship. So essentially, they had the best weaponry and all that they could lay their hands on. The main thing to stop a ship would be a cannon like this. They normally kept the heavy guns down in the hold, where the ballast is, and then brought them up when needed. But you also had little swivel guns like this on the rails of the ship. They were anti-personnel weapons, and you would blast out musket balls and bags of shot from these things that were designed to spray across the decks and kill people. When you got alongside, you needed things like these. Granados, essentially little metal balls filled with explosives. Like a modern grenade, there's no pin to pull. You just light the fuse and throw it, and hope for the best. You had swords, axes, pikes, boarding pikes, cutlasses, muskets, and even long muskets like this. So the whole range of weaponry was available to them. Question 21. How the hell did pirates build such awesome ships? Why are criminals so creative? Pirates didn't build the ships. They stole them. Much better. Often pirates would start small with a single-masted sloop or even a canoe. You'd build up your crew. You would often trade ships for bigger ships. What they did, though, was embellish them. Take Blackbeard, for example. When he captured a French slave ship called La Concorde of Martinique, he took it to a deserted isle. He converted it to make it a better pirate ship. That meant cutting down the decks so it was one big platform, so the pirates could attack from anywhere. He added more gun ports. He essentially blinged up the ship so it was the perfect fighting platform for piracy. Question 22. Did pirates have pirate bathrooms on their pirate ships, or did they just, go over the side when they were at sea? Angus Constam laughed. On any ship of the time, there wasn't really much in the way of bathrooms. The naval word for a toilet is the head. And at the front end of the ship, that tended to be the place where the crew would use as their bathroom. So yes, the ocean was their bathroom. Question 23. Why do so many pirates wear eye patches? Angus Constam replied, "It's a dangerous business being a sailor. Sometimes you get your eye poked out. Yes, you'd wear an eye patch if your eye was damaged or knocked out. Probably not like this one with a skull and crossbones on. That's a kind of modern bonus. There is an idea that eye patches are useful for saving an eye for use in the dark. It improves your night vision. But there's no real evidence that pirates did that. The most likely thing is somebody's had their eye poked out. And that's really it. The end of this video, but not the end of the series. So tell me, which pirate story do you want to hear next?